Chapter 1: The Locked Door. Evie's heart woke up with blood under her fingernails, and a stranger's voice on the other side of the steel door. "She's awake." 2 words, calm male, bored. Her eyes snapped open to darkness so thick it'd wait. For one breath, she thought she had gone blind. Then, a narrow strip of light cut beneath the door, silvering the concrete floor, catching on the edge of her bare foot. No shoes. No phone. No purse. No memory after the champagne. Her heart slammed so hard it hurt. Evie pushed herself upright, and the room rolled sideways. Concrete walls, one stained mattress, a metal bucket in the corner, a camera mounted high enough that she would have needed a ladder to rip it down. Not a room, a holding cell. She pressed one hand to her stomach as nausea crawled up her throat. The last thing she remembered was Julian's hand at the small of her back, guiding her through the charity gala while photographers called their names. Julian Vale, polished heir to a family fortune, her fiancé of 9 months, smiling like the world had never once told him no. "Drink this, darling. You look pale." Then nothing. Evie rose too fast and almost dropped. Pain sparked along her ribs. Her wrists were bruised, purple shadows in the shape of fingers. Rage hit before terror could swallow her. Someone had touched her. Someone had carried her. Someone had locked her away. She lunged for the door and slammed both fists against it. "Open it." The voices outside went quiet. "Do you hear me?" Her voice cracked, but she made it sharper, bigger. "Open the damn door." A scrape, a shoe against concrete. Then the bored man laughed softly. "Pretty one has teeth." Evie stopped breathing. Another voice answered lower. Boss said no marks on her face. Her pulse turned cold. Not theft then, not ransom, not random. They needed her alive, presentable, maybe useful. She backed away from the door, scanning the room for a weapon. The bucket was bolted down. The mattress was thin and sour-smelling. The camera watched her without blinking. Evie's heart knew expensive rooms, charity boards, marble foyers, and men who smiled while buying everyone around them. She knew how to stand straight beside Julian while his friends looked at her like Dacre. She knew how to swallow questions when answers arrived wrapped in warning. But she did not know how to be prey. "No." She crossed to the camera and looked straight into its black glass eye. "I'm 28 years old. My name is Evangeline Hart. Whoever is watching this, you have made a very expensive mistake." The light under the door vanished. Something moved outside. Not footsteps. Impact. The door shuddered once, hard enough to rattle dust from the frame. Evie stumbled backward. The men outside cursed. Another impact hit, deeper this time. Not a knock, not a kick. A strike. Metal groaned. Evie froze as a sound rose beyond the door, brutal and impossible, like a fight tearing itself open in the dark. A body hit the wall. Someone gasped. Another man made a wet, choked noise and dropped. Then silence. 1 breath. 2. The door bent inward. A hand gripped the torn edge of the steel. Evie's mind rejected what she saw before her body understood it. No one tore through a reinforced door. No one came out of the black with blood on his knuckles and murder in his eyes like he had been built in the same place as nightmares. The man on the other side wrenched the door loose with a sound that scraped through her bones. Light spilled in behind him. He was huge, not just tall, though he was that easily 6'4", but dense with controlled power, all hard shoulders and scarred forearms beneath a black thermal shirt. His dark hair was cropped close on the sides and longer on top, damp with sweat. A faded scar cut through his left eyebrow. Another disappeared beneath the collar at his throat. His eyes found hers. Not soft, not safe. Focused. Heavy heart. Her throat locked. He held up one hand, palm out, a command and a reassurance in one gesture. I'm not with them. She stared at the blood across his knuckles. He noticed, his jaw tightened. That's theirs. The hallway behind him showed two bodies on the concrete, alive but unmoving. Zip ties, a broken camera, a gun kicked far out of reach. Evie should have run toward him. She should have begged, cried, collapsed, done anything a woman did when rescued from a cell by a man who looked like violence had chosen him as its favorite language. Instead, she grabbed the only thing she could, the edge of the mattress, and shoved it between them like a shield. His gaze dropped to it. Something almost like approval moved across his face. Good, he said. Who are you? Damon Saint. The name meant nothing and something at once. A distant memory stirred. Newspaper whispers. Underground fights. A scandal Julian had once mocked over brandy. Saint was a dog they taught to bite, he had said. Then they were shocked when he drew blood. Evie's fingers tightened on the matters. Damon's voice stayed flat. I was sent to get you out. Sent by who? A flicker in his expression, too fast to read. Someone who wants you alive. That's not an answer. No, he looked over his shoulder down the hallway. It's what we have time for. A siren wailed somewhere far above them, faint and wrong. Not police. Alarm. Damon stepped closer. Evie jerked back. Don't. He stopped instantly. The precision of it hit her harder than if he had ignored her. One word from her, and the terrifying man froze. His eyes lowered to her bare feet, the bruises at her wrists, the blood under her nails. His mouth compressed into a brutal line. When he spoke again, his voice was rougher. I'm going to get you out. You can walk behind me, beside me, or in front of me. You can hold my arm if you need balance, or you can touch nothing. Your choice, but we need to move now. Choice. The word slid through her like a key. Evie hated that her eyes burned. I don't know you. No, you could be worse than them. His gaze held hers. I could. Honesty, ugly and blunt. It steadied her more than comfort would have. Damon reached slowly to his back pocket, keeping every movement visible, and pulled out a phone. Not hers. Black case. Cracked corner. He unlocked it, tapped once, and held it out just far enough for her to see the screen without coming near him. A photo filled it. Evie at the gala last night, wearing a silver dress and Julian's diamond ring, her hair swept over one shoulder. Timestamp, 10:41 p.m. Below it, a message. Asset confirmed. Move before midnight. Her stomach dropped. The sender's name was blocked out, but the first letter remained. J. Everything inside her went still. Damon watched her face. We have a problem, Evie. She forced air into her lungs. My fiancé's name is Julian. I know. The alarm grew louder. Damon put the phone away. Now we have a bigger problem. She glanced past him at the hallway. What? They weren't expecting me for another 14 minutes. A cold thread of comprehension slid down her spine. But they were expecting someone. Yes. Who? His eyes hardened. The buyer. For 1 second, the room tilted. Then Damon turned, using his body as a shield between her and the hallway. Move. Evie moved. The corridor outside smelled like bleach, oil, and old water. Pipes ran overhead. The concrete walls sweated in the low light. One of the men on the floor groaned as Evie passed, and she nearly tripped over her own feet. Damon caught her without touching her. Not with hands, with presence. He shifted closer, blocking her view with his broad back. Eyes on the exit. I'm fine. You're not. I said I'm fine. I heard what you said. The words should have made her furious. They did. They also kept her upright. They passed 3 more doors. 2 were open and empty. The third had fresh scratches around the lock. Evie stopped before she could stop herself. Damon looked back. Evie. Is someone in there? No. How do you know? His silence was too quick. She turned on him. How do you know? His jaw flexed. Because I cleared it. And if you missed something? I don't miss. Arrogant, infuriating, believable. Another crash came from somewhere above them. Damon's head snapped toward the sound. The change in him was immediate. The controlled man vanished, replaced by something older and more dangerous. Every muscle went alert. His hand slid beneath his jacket and came out with a knife, held low against his thigh. Evie stared at it. He saw her looking, last resort. Comforting. It wasn't meant to be. Do you always talk like a brick wall? No. When do you loosen up? When people stop trying to kill the women under my protection. The words hit too intimately. My protection. Not my property, not my prize, not my problem. Protection. A voice echoed from the stairwell ahead. Saint. Damon cursed under his breath and pushed Evie behind the corner with a motion that never touched her body. Stay down. No. His head turned slowly. Even now, even here, a spark of reckless anger lit inside her. I'm not getting locked behind anything again. For the first time, something almost human broke through his expression. Pain. It was gone in a blink. Then stand where I can see you, he said. And when I say run, you run. That sounds like an order. It is. Try again. His eyes narrowed. The footsteps on the stairs grew louder. Damon leaned closer, not enough to crowd her, but enough that she could see the gold-brown ring around his pupils, the tiny scar at the corner of his mouth, the exhaustion buried beneath his control. Please, he said. The word landed between them, like a blade laid down. Evie swallowed. Fine. A man came around the stairwell with a gun. Damon moved before the barrel lifted. Evie had never seen violence like that. Not cinematic, not clean. It was efficient and ugly, a collision of muscle and bone, Damon's body absorbing impact and returning it with murk. Wireless precision. He knocked the gun aside, struck once, twisted, and the man hit the ground hard enough to crack his head against the concrete. Damon stood over him, breathing heavily, knife unused. He looked back at Evie. There was blood on his cheek now. Run. This time she did. They burst through a metal service door into an alley that smelled of rain and garbage and winter. Dawn had not broken, but the sky had softened from black to bruised gray. Evie sucked in the outside air so hard it hurt. A black SUV waited at the curb, with the engine running. Damon opened the back door. Inside, Evie stopped dead. The interior was tinted, dark, anonymous. A vehicle, another enclosure. Another place where she would be moved without understanding why. No. Damon's hand stayed on the door. Evie. No, her voice shook. She hated it. I am not getting into a strange car with a strange man after waking up in a locked room. His expression did not soften, but it changed. The aggression leashed itself. He stepped back from the SUV and tossed the keys onto the wet pavement between them. Evie stared. You drive, he said. She blinked. What? You drive? I'll sit in the passenger seat. Doors unlocked. Your hand on the controls. If I make one move you don't like, crash us into something expensive. A laugh almost escaped her. It came out cracked. That's your plan. My plan was extraction without debate. Your plan needs work. Clearly. She looked at the keys, then at the alley mouth. Empty, too empty. Where would I drive? The cage. Her stomach tightened. That sounds like exactly where I don't want to go. It's a safe house. It's called the cage. I didn't name it for comfort. Obviously. A distant engine roared. Damon's eyes moved past her. Evie followed his gaze. Headlights swung into the alley. Damon picked up the keys, grabbed the open SUV door, and looked at her. Choice is still yours, but if they reach us, your choices get smaller. That decided it. Evie snatched the keys from his hand and climbed behind the wheel. The SUV was too big, too expensive, too clean for the blood and terror she carried into it. Damon got in on the passenger side and immediately held both hands where she could see them. Drive straight, he said. At the end, turn left. The second vehicle accelerated. Evie slammed the SUV into gear. She had not driven anything larger than a compact in years. The SUV lurched forward, clipped a trash can, and shot toward the alley mouth. Damon gripped the dash, left. I heard you. You're aiming at the wall. I said I heard you. She jerked the wheel. Tires screamed. The SUV swung out into an empty industrial street as the chasing car burst from the alley behind them. Damon reached toward the center console. Evie flinched. He froze. Gun compartment, I'm not touching you. No guns. They have guns. I said no guns. His jaw tightened, but he shut the console without opening it. Then drive faster. She did. The city around them looked unfamiliar. All warehouse blocks and chain-link fences, a version of downtown stripped of glass towers and polite lies. Rain began to spit across the windshield. Evie turned the wipers on too high, and the frantic rhythm filled the silence between her and Damon. For 30 seconds, no one spoke. Then Damon said, Are you hurt anywhere I can't see? The question was careful. Evie's hands tightened on the wheel. No. A beat. I mean it, she said sharply, because she heard what he was not asking and respected him for not forcing the words into the car. Bruises, headache, ribs, that's all. His exhale was quiet, but she felt it. Good, he said. Something in her chest gave a dangerous little pull. Don't sound so relieved. I am relieved. You don't know me. I know you didn't deserve a locked door. The road blurred for a second. Evie blinked hard. Stop saying things like that. Like what? Like you're decent. I'm not. Then stop pretending. I'm not pretending. She risked a glance at him. Damon Saint sat like a weapon forced into the shape of a man. Blood on his cheek, knuckles torn, eyes constantly checking mirrors, corners, sight lines. He looked brutal, controlled, and more honest than every smooth man who had ever kissed her hand at a fundraiser. That was the first dangerous thought. The second was worse. She believed him. The chasing car appeared again 2 blocks back. Damon saw it, right at the next light. Evie turned hard. The SUV skidded onto a narrower street, lined with shuttered shops. A delivery truck blocked half the lane ahead. Damon, I see it. No, that's my line. I'm the one driving. Left through the lot. There's a gate. It opens. It's closed. It opens if you hit it. Evie's laugh came out wild. You're insane. Today, yes. The car behind them gained. Evie hit the gas. The SUV smashed through the flimsy chain-link gate with a metallic shriek. She flew across the lot, heart in her mouth, and bounced over a coup. RB into another street. Behind them, the pursuing car braked too late, spun, and clipped a concrete post. Evie kept driving. Damon looked back once. They're stopped. Her whole body shook. Pull over in 2 blocks, he said. You're about to crash. I'm not. You're shaking too hard to feel the wheel. I can feel it. Evie. The way he said her name undid her more than the chase. Not soft, not tender, not yet. But present. She pulled into the shadow of an underpass and threw the SUV into park. The second she stopped moving, her body betrayed her. Tremors ripped through her arms. Her breath came too fast. The car was suddenly too small, the air too thick, the seat belt a strap across her chest. She clawed at the buckle. It stuck. A sound escaped her, raw and humiliating. Damon turned toward her, but did not reach. Press the red button, he said, voice low. Harder there. The belt released. Evie shoved the door open and stumbled into the rain. She bent over with her hands on her knees and dragged air into her lungs. Wet pavement, exhaust, rust. Freedom smelled terrible. It was the best thing she had ever breathed. Damon got out on the other side of the SUV and stayed there, giving her the width of the vehicle. You're doing well, he said. Don't. All right. I am not doing well. I am barefoot under a bridge after being locked in a room by men who apparently had a buyer, and my fiancé might be involved. And you, she pointed at him across the hood. You tore off a door. His eyebrow rose slightly. It was already weakened. Do not make engineering jokes right now. It wasn't a joke. She hated that another laugh threatened. Hated more that it felt like hysteria cracking open around something alive. Rain ran down Damon's face, washing the blood from his cheek in thin red trails. He looked away first, scanning the street. Evie straightened slowly. Tell me what the cage is. A safe house. For who? People with enemies powerful enough to erase police reports. That's not comforting either. No. Who sent you? His gaze returned to hers. There it was again, that hesitation. Not ignorance. A secret. Evie's fear sharpened. Who sent you, Damon? He opened his mouth. His phone rang. The sound cut through the underpass like a threat. Damon looked at the screen, and whatever he saw made the air change. He answered, Saint. Evie could not hear the voice on the other end, only a thin rasp of static. Damon's eyes lifted to hers. No, he said. The voice continued. His hand tightened around the phone. Evie's stomach hollowed. What is it? Damon ended the call. For a moment, he said nothing. Then he walked to the back of the SUV, opened the hatch, and pulled out a black duffel. He removed a pair of folded sweatpants, a hoodie, and a sealed packet of socks. He set them on the hood between them and stepped back. Clothes, he said, new, tags on. You can change in the car, I won't look. Evie stared at the clothes. The practical kindness of them nearly broke her. Damon, they found your apartment. Her blood chilled. He continued, each word measured. Police scanner says there was a break-in 40 minutes ago. No bodies, no fire. They weren't there to kill anyone. They were looking for something. Yes. What? That's what we need to find out. Her mind raced through the apartment. Laptop. Old files. Her father's locked desk drawer she had never opened. The flash drive she had taken from Julian's study 2 weeks ago because he had lied about knowing her father. Her breath caught. Damon saw it. What? He asked. Evie looked at the rain-dark street beyond him. She had kept one secret from Julian, one small, stupid act of rebellion. She had told herself it was nothing. Insurance. A way to prove she was not as naive as everyone seemed to think. I took something, she whispered. Damon went still. From Julian. What did you take? A drive. I didn't know what was on it. I still don't. I just knew he panicked when I touched it. Where is it? Evie closed her eyes. Not at her apartment. Not in her purse. Not anywhere Julian would think to look first. In my engagement ring box, she said. At his house. Damon's face turned deadly calm. Evie. What? He stepped closer, stopping before he crossed the invisible line between them. The message I showed you, he said. The one confirming your location. Yes. It didn't come from Julian's phone. Her pulse stumbled. I traced the routing before I came in, Damon said. It came from inside his house. The underpass seemed to narrow around her. Evie wrapped her arms around herself. Then, who sent it? Damon's eyes held hers, dark and unflinching. The woman who answered when I called to warn him you were missing. Evie shook her head once, refusing the shape of the answer before it landed. Damon said it anyway. Julian's mother. Chapter 2, Rules of the Cage. The cage did not look like a safe house. It looked like a place where men went to disappear. The bee. Yielding crouched at the edge of the river district, all black brick, rusted fire escapes, and bricked-over windows, wedged between an abandoned textile mill and a strip of loading bays tagged with graffiti. Rain silvered the cracked pavement. A red neon sign buzzed over a steel door with no handle on the outside, one word glowing through the wet dark. Cage. Evie sat in the passenger seat now because her hands had finally started shaking too badly to hold the wheel. Damon had taken over without argument, without triumph, without touching her. He had simply stepped out under the bridge, walked around the SUV, opened the driver's door, and waited until she chose to move. Now he killed the engine in front of the building and looked at her. You don't have to go in. Evie stared at the sign. That's new. What? You giving me the illusion of choice. His jaw flexed once. It's not an illusion. Then where else do I go? The police, if you want. A hospital, a hotel under a false name. I have people who can move you out of the state by noon. You have people. Yes, of course you do. He did not answer. The rain ticked against the windshield. Inside the SUV, the air smelled faintly of leather, metal, and Damon's blood drying on his skin. Outside, the city had gone hollow with early morning. Not empty, waiting. Evie hugged the bundle of clothes he had given her against her chest. Sweatpants, hoodie, socks, unopened underwear sealed in plastic. Nothing feminine, nothing chosen for prettiness, nothing touched by anyone else. The thoughtfulness of that made her suspicious. Everything decent felt like bait now. "Why did you call Julian?" she asked. Damon's fingers rested loose on the steering wheel. He had the kind of hands that could break things without effort. She knew because she had seen them do it. To see if he knew you were missing. And his mother answered. Yes. Why? He was unavailable. Convenient. Yes. Evie turned her head. You think she helped take me? I think she knew you were gone before anyone should have known. Maybe Julian told her. Maybe. But you don't think so. No. Something cold and precise moved behind his eyes. Damon Saint did not guess. He collected facts, stacked them into a weapon, and waited until someone bled. Evie looked back at the building. What is this place really? A safe house? Stop saying that like it explains anything. It does to the people who come here. I'm not them. No, he said. You're Evangeline Hart, 28, board member of the Hart Literacy Fund. Engaged to Julian Vale, daughter of Conrad Hart, deceased venture philanthropist, who spent the last 3 years of his life trying to expose shell companies attached to the Vale family without having enough proof to go public. The world narrowed. Evie's grip tightened around the clothes. How do you know that? Damon looked at her then, not away, not around the truth. Because your father contacted me before he died. For a moment, she forgot how to breathe. Her father's face flashed behind her eyes. Silver hair, tired smile, expensive suits that never hid the tremor in his hands after the diagnosis. Conrad Hart had been gentle in public and relentless in private. He had taught her to read contracts before bedtime stories. He had told her over and over that a locked door meant nothing if a person still owned the key. He had died 18 months ago, after a heart attack no one had expected. Julian had held her at the funeral. Julian's mother had sent white orchids. Evie's throat tightened. You knew my father. Not well. That wasn't my question. Damon's expression gave nothing. Yes. And you didn't think to mention that before now. There was no good place for it between the locked room and the car chase. Try harder. His mouth pressed flat. Your father hired me to protect a witness. The witness vanished before I got to her. Conrad thought the Vales were involved. Were they? Yes. The word landed, with the weight of a body, dropped into deep water. Evie swallowed around the pressure in her throat. Was that witness the reason my father died? Damon said nothing. That was answer enough. Rage moved through her slowly, so cold it felt almost clean. She thought of Julian kissing her temple at the funeral, Julian telling her grief made people paranoid. Julian gently suggesting she close her father's private files because obsession had ruined his last months. A sound came out of her. Not a sob, not a laugh, something sharper. Damon shifted slightly toward her. Evie. Don't. He stopped. That was the worst of him, she decided. Not the violence, Not the size, not the blood, the restraint. He obeyed boundaries like they mattered. It made all the other men in her life look monstrous by comparison. Evie looked at the neon sign again. If my father knew you, and Julian's family knew my father was investigating them, then maybe I wasn't taken because I overheard something. No, maybe I was taken because of whatever I stole from Julian's study. Damon's gaze went still. She laughed once, softly and without humor. You already thought that. I considered it. Did my father know about the drive? I don't know. Did you? No. Are you lying to me? No. She studied him. He did not look offended. He looked prepared to be doubted, as if doubt was a sane response and trust was the dangerous thing. That steadied her more than another reassurance would have. Fine, she said. Fine. I'll go in. He waited. Evie reached for the door handle, then paused. But I need something clear. All right. If you put me behind another locked door, I walk out, danger or no danger. Damon's face altered in the faintest way, like a wound had opened somewhere under the skin, and he had refused to look down. No one locks you in, he said. Not here, not ever, not even me. She believed him. That was becoming a problem. The door to the cage opened before they reached it. A woman stood inside with a gun in one hand and a tablet in the other. She was in her early 30s, lean, brown-skinned, black hair braided back from a face too calm for 4 in the morning. Her eyes moved over Evie in a fast assessment that felt medical, tactical, and human all at once. Evie Hart, she asked. Evie stopped half a step behind Damon. Yes. I'm Mara, security and intake. No one here touches you without permission. No cameras in bedrooms or bathrooms. Medical exam is optional. Food is not optional, but you can throw it at Damon if necessary. Evie blinked. Damon sighed. Mara. What? Mara lowered the gun and stepped back. She looks like she needs choices and protein. Despite everything, Evie almost smiled. Almost. Inside, the cage was warmer than she expected. Not soft. Never soft. The entry opened into a narrow corridor with reinforced walls, exposed brick, and black steel beams overhead. There were cameras in corners, but none hidden. Every door had 2 locks, 1 external keypad, and 1 visible manual release on the inside. Someone had thought through fear here. Someone had designed this place for people who woke quickly, startled easily, and counted exits before chairs. Evie noticed because she was becoming one of them. Mara shut the steel door behind them. 4 bolts slid into place. Evie flinched. Damon saw it. Open it. Mara immediately keyed the panel. The bolts retracted. The door stood unlocked. Evie stared. Damon's voice stayed even. Again. Mara locked it, then unlocked it. No impatience, no mockery. Evie's face heated. You don't have to perform. Yes, Damon said, I do. She turned on him, ready to snap, but the look in his eyes stopped her. He was not patronizing her. He was showing her the mechanism. The door locked. The door opened. Control existed. Proof existed. Her fear did not have to trust words when it could watch steel move. Mara held out a black key card and a physical key on a plain ring. Guest wing. Room 3. Physical key overrides everything except the exterior emergency lockdown, and Damon cannot trigger that alone. It takes 2 codes from 2 separate people. Mine and Rook S. Who's Rook? A male voice came from the far end of the hall. The charming one. A man stepped into view carrying a first aid kit and a mug of coffee. Late 30s, dark blonde hair, broad frame gone slightly soft at the edges, one sleeve tattoo visible beneath a rolled flannel shirt. He had a crooked nose that had been broken more than once, and friendly eyes that looked like they missed nothing. Damon took the first aid kit from him. Go back to monitors. Rook handed Evie the coffee instead. Cream, sugar, no sedatives, no weird safe house nonsense. I made Mara taste it first. Mara lifted 2 fingers, still alive. Evie stared at the mug. It smelled like coffee. Real coffee, bitter and burnt and miraculous. She took it because her hands needed something to do. Thank you. Rook nodded once, then looked at Damon's face. You're bleeding again. It's not mine. Some of it is. Monitors. Rook grinned faintly and disappeared down the corridor. Myra turned to Evie. You want a tour, a shower, a doctor, or a closed room with no one talking to you? Evie's answer came too fast. Shower. Mara nodded. Good. Room 3 has its own bathroom. I'll leave clothes outside in case those don't fit. Food in 20. Doctor in 30 unless you refuse her. Questions. Evie had 1,000. Only one came out. How many people are here? Mara's expression shifted, not closing exactly, but securing. Staff, 6. Guests. That depends on the hour and who wants to be known. Am I supposed to feel better that you hide people underground? Damon answered before Mara could. No. Evie looked at him. His face was unreadable again. You're supposed to feel better when they leave alive. The guest wing was past 2 more corridors and 1 elevator that went down instead of up. The old building above the cage was only a shell. The real fortress lived beneath it. Evie counted every turn. Damon noticed. Left, right, keypad, elevator down 1 level, right past the blue light, 3rd door, he said. If the lights go out, floor strips glow. If the alarm sounds once, stay put. Twice, go to the nearest green door. 3 times, get low and wait for one of us. You give that speech often. Yes. That's horrible. Yes. Room 3 was not a cell. Evie hated that she had expected one. It was small, clean, windowless, and warm, with a narrow bed pushed against one wall and a reading chair angled beneath a lamp. A dresser, a bathroom, a kitchenette stocked with water bottles, crackers, instant soup, and tea. There was no camera, no mirror facing the bed, no art except a framed print of a mountain road vanishing into pine trees. The door had a lock on the inside. Only the inside. Evie stood at the threshold, unwilling to cross. Damon stepped past her, removed the key from Mara's ring, placed it on the dresser, then came back out. Your room, your key. She searched his face for the trap. You're not coming in. Not unless you ask. Never. His eyes held hers. Never means never. The words were too heavy for the space between them. Mara cleared her throat. Bathroom has new toothbrushes, sealed toiletries, towels on the shelf. There's a panic button next to the bed and another beside the shower. Press once for staff. Hold for 3 seconds for emergency response. Evie nodded. Mara's gaze softened slightly. You can leave the door open. That almost did it. Not the room, not the key, that. Evie stepped inside and left the door wide open behind her. The shower nearly broke her. She peeled off the borrowed hoodie with fingers that would not cooperate. Her silver gala dress was gone. She did not know when they had taken it from her. She was in a thin slip she did not recognize, the kind hospitals used for modesty and captors used for humiliation. She wanted to rip it apart. Instead, she folded it with mechanical care and set it in the sink like evidence. The bruises were worse, under bright bathroom light. Fingerprints on her wrists, a blooming mark along her ribs, a scrape down her shin. No violation beyond what she remembered from waking. She made herself look, made herself know. Her body was hers. The terror had not changed that. The hands that had carried her had not changed that. Still, when the hot water hit her skin, she clapped one hand over her mouth to keep from making a sound. She scrubbed until her skin burned, then stopped. Not punishment, not their dirt to carve out, not shame. Evie lowered her forehead to the tile and breathed steam into her lungs. The door outside the bathroom remained open. Beyond it, she could hear nothing except the faint hum of ventilation, and once, Damon's voice in the hall, low and controlled. No reporters, no uniforms. No one comes in wearing a badge unless I clear them. A pause. I don't care what favor he owes you. Evie Hart is not a bargaining chip. Another pause, longer this time. Then Damon, colder. Say her name like that again, and you can find another place to breathe. Evie closed her eyes. Monster, Julian had called him once. Maybe Julian had been afraid of the wrong thing. When she emerged in sweatpants and a hoodie that swallowed her frame, Damon was not outside her room. A tray sat on the small table. Toast, eggs, a bowl of berries, painkillers in a sealed blister pack, a glass of water, a handwritten note in blocky, masculine script. Eat first, fight me after. Evie stared at the words. Then she ate everything. The food made her feel human enough to be angry again. Good. Anger had bones. She found Damon downstairs. Not because anyone directed her, because she followed the sound. The lowest level of the cage was exactly what the name promised. A fight ring sat at the center of a vast underground room, ropes black, canvas dark, overhead lights caged in steel. Heavy bags lined one wall. A weapons rack, locked behind reinforced glass, lined another. There were old bloodstains in the wooden floor beyond the mats, too deep to sand out. The air smelled of leather, sweat, disinfectant, and ghosts. Damon stood beside the ring with his shirt off. Evie stopped before she could pretend not to. His back was a map of damage. Scars crossed muscle in pale, brutal lines. Knife scars, burn marks, a long raised seam along his ribs that looked like it had been stitched in a hurry. His shoulders flexed as he wrapped gauze around his knuckles with his teeth and one hand, movements practiced enough to be careless. He knew she was there before she spoke. Door was open, he said. So is mine. His hands stilled for half a second. Evie walked farther in. You said guests. Is that what I am? Yes. Not a prisoner. No. Not evidence. His head turned. No. Not my father's unfinished business. That hit, she saw it. A faint hardening around his mouth. No, he said. Good. She folded her arms, ignoring the pool. L along her ribs. Then I want a phone. Damon turned fully now. Evie tried not to look at the scars across his chest. Failed. There was a tattoo over his left pectoral, black ink worked into the shape of a broken crown inside a cage. Beneath it, in small letters, a date. He saw her looking, did not cover himself. "There's a clean line upstairs," he said. "You can call who you choose. Mara monitors for trace attempts, not content." "My phone. Compromised. I want it anyway. It's in pieces." She went still. "You destroyed my phone." "Yes." "Without asking me." "Yes." The word snapped through her. Evie crossed the space before she thought better of it, stopping a few feet from him. "You don't get to decide what belongs to me. I decided whether the men following us could track a device they had already cloned. You still don't get to decide." "No," he said, "I don't." That took the air out of her anger in the worst way. Damon did not defend himself, did not explain until the harm vanished beneath logic. He simply stood there with his brutal body and damaged hands and let her be right. "I should have told you first," he said. "I made the call because we had minutes. It was still your phone." Evie's throat tightened. She hated how starved she was for accountability. "Don't do it again," she said. "I won't." "Don't make promises because they sound good." "I don't." Her gaze dropped to his knuckles. The gauze was going red. "You're bleeding through that." "I've done worse." "That's not a treatment plan." "No." "Sit down." His eyebrows lifted. Evie pointed to the bench near the ring. "Sit." A strange silence passed between them. Then Damon Saint, the man who had torn a steel door from its frame, sat. Evie took the first aid kit from beside him and opened it on the bench. Her fingers had stopped shaking. Mostly. She found antiseptic, sterile pads, medical tape. Up close, he was even more overwhelming, heat coming off his skin, dark hair damp at the ends, the scent of clean sweat and soap under metal and blood. His body did not frighten her as much as it should have. His stillness did. He watched every movement she made, not like a predator, but like a man forcing every instinct into silence. Evie held up a packet of antiseptic. "May I?" His gaze flicked to her face. "Yes." She cleaned the first torn knuckle. He did not flinch. Of course he didn't. "Does anything hurt?" she asked. "Yes." The honesty surprised her. "What?" "Everything that should." She glanced up. "You are unbelievably bad at normal conversation." "I've been told." "By women you rescue from basements. By women who throw coffee at me." "Did they have cause?" "Usually." A laugh slipped out before she could stop it. It vanished quickly. Damon's eyes lowered to her mouth, then away so fast she might have imagined it. But she had not. Heat moved through the space between them, subtle and unwanted, and not subtle at all. Evie focused on his hand. "Were you really an underground fighter?" "Yes." "Here." A pause. "Yes." Her fingers slowed. This was not always a safe house. "No." "What was it?" His voice flattened. "A pit." The word carried too much. Evie looked around the room again. The ring, the old stains, the locked weapons, the thick walls no one could hear through. A horrible understanding opened. Men paid to watch you fight here. "Yes." "For sport." For debt, for leverage, for punishment, for whatever word helped them sleep. The antiseptic packet crumpled in her hand. Julian knew. Julian was young. That's not an answer. Damon's mouth tightened. Yes, the Vale family knew. Evie stepped back. There it was. The second locked door. Not steel this time, history. "You said your people protect victims from men like Julian," she said slowly. But you were part of their world. Yes. For how long? Too long. Did you work for them? His eyes met hers. I bled for them. That sounds rehearsed. It's still true. Evie's pulse climbed. She wanted to believe him. That was precisely why she could not afford to. Did my father know that? Yes. And he still trusted you. No, Damon said. He hired me because he knew I hated them. Hate isn't the same as trustworthy. No. She laughed without humor. Do you ever say anything reassuring? When I can prove it. And can you? He stood. Not fast, not threatening. Still, the room seemed to shrink around him. Evie refused to step back again. Damon walked to the ring, ducked under the ropes, and crossed to the far corner. He crouched and pressed his thumb against a nearly invisible panel beneath the padding. Something clicked. A hidden compartment opened under the ring. He reached inside and pulled out a metal box. Then he brought it to her and set it on the bench. Evie stared at it. What is that? Proof. Of what? What the cage is now. He opened the box. Inside were passports, burner phones, stacks of cash sealed in plastic, medical IDs, and file folders marked with names. Not just woe. Men too, some old, some young. None under 21 if the birth years were real. People who had needed to vanish and live. Damon picked up one folder and handed it to her. Evie did not open it. I'm not reading someone's private information. Then read the label. The tab had one word printed across it. Closed. Below it, a date from 2 months ago. Damon said she left. New city, new name, own apartment, own job, own locks. Evie looked at the other folders. How many? 116 out. 12 currently protected. 3 pending relocation. And the ones you lost. His face changed. There. The wound. 7, he said. The number was a grave. Evie closed the box carefully. You remember all of them? Yes. Names? Yes. Faces? Yes. Voices? His eyes went distant for the fraction of a second. Yes. The anger in her chest shifted. Not gone, never gone, but rearranged around something harder to hate. You should have told me about my father, she said. Yes. About the veils. Yes. About this place. Yes. Why didn't you? Because every truth I gave you before you could stand up straight would have sounded like another cage. That slid under her defenses with surgical precision. Evie looked away first. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then Damon said, Doctor's upstairs. I don't want a doctor. Your ribs need checking. I said no. All right. She waited for the argument. It did not come. He picked up his shirt from the bench, then stopped when she said, Are you always this controlled? His back was to her. No. The answer was too quiet. Evie's skin prickled. When aren't you? He pulled the shirt on slowly, hiding scars beneath black cotton. When control is taken from me. The room seemed to tilt toward him. There was the secret under the secret. Not just violence, not just guilt. Fear. Damon Saint feared losing control because once, someone had owned it. Evie's voice softened before she permitted it. And when someone gives it to you. He turned then. The look in his eyes should have warned her off. It did, intellectually. Her body ignored the warning completely. When it's given, he said. Yes. I treat it like a loaded gun. Heat moved low in her stomach. It was inappropriate. It was reckless. It was alive. After hours of being handled, moved, locked away, and betrayed, wanting something felt like stepping barefoot into sunlight after freezing water. Damon saw the change in her. Of course he did. His entire body went still, but not cold this time. Focused, taut. Evie, her name in his mouth, had become a warning and a question. She lifted her chin. Don't say it like that. Like what? Like I'm about to do something stupid. Are you? Probably. A muscle worked in his jaw. She should have gone upstairs, called a lawyer, called the police, called anyone not standing 3 feet away from her with blood on his hands and restraint like a chain around his throat. Instead, she said, "Do you want me?" The question hit him visibly. His eyes darkened. His hands curled once, then opened. Yes. No embellishment, no flattery, no attempt to soften it. Evie's breath caught. Damon took 1 step back. The space he created felt like respect and rejection at the same time. But I won't touch you because you're scared, furious, betrayed. And standing in the room where I used to be someone, I don't want anywhere near you. Her chest tightened. You think I don't know what I want. I think tonight has been built out of people taking choices from you. I won't add myself to the pile. She hated that, hated how badly she needed it. I'm not asking you to add yourself to anything, she said. No, her voice shook. I am asking whether this thing between us is real or just fear looking for somewhere to go. The silence stretched. Damon's eyes moved over her face, as if every expression mattered. It's real, he said. A hard shiver went through her. Then what do we do with it? Nothing tonight. Her laugh came out breathless. That sounds like control. It is. I didn't give it to you. No, his voice roughened. That's why I'm using mine. That should not have affected her the way it did. But it did. Evie stepped closer, stopping just within reach. Damon did not move, did not lean, did not take. I want to choose something, she whispered. His throat worked. What? He asked. She knew he needed the words. Not because he was cold, because words were proof. Because ambiguity was a weapon people like Julian used and people like Damon dismantled. Evie held his gaze. I want you to kiss me. Damon's eyes closed for 1 brief second. When they opened, the control in them had gone feral at the edges. Why? The question stunned her. What? Tell me why. Because I want to. Not because you need to feel alive. Maybe that's part of it. Not enough. Damon. Not because I saved you. No. Not because you're afraid. I'll pull away if you do. Her anger sparked. If I thought that, I wouldn't be asking. Good. Do you interrogate every woman who wants to kiss you? No. Lucky me. His mouth almost curved. Almost. Say it again, he said. The heat in her stomach turned molten. She should have resented the demand. Instead, she understood it. He needed the clean line, the door unlocked, the key in her hand. Evie stepped close enough to feel his warmth. I want you to kiss me, she said. Just that. I want your mouth on mine because I choose it. If I say stop, you stop. Immediately. If I pull away, you let me. Yes. If I change my mind, then your mind changed. Nothing else changes with it. Her breath shook. Damon lifted one hand slowly. May I touch your face? Yes. His knuckles were newly bandaged. His palm was rough and warm as he cupped her jaw with devastating care, like she was not fragile but precious, and there was a difference. He bent his head. Still, he paused a breath from her mouth. Still, yes. Something inside, Evie opened. Yes. Damon kissed her. Not like Julian, not practiced, not polished. Damon's kiss was controlled only because something in him wanted it otherwise. He brushed his mouth over hers once, restrained and searching, and the gentleness of it struck deeper than force ever could have. Evie made a sound she did not recognize and gripped the front of his shirt. That was when his control slipped. Only a little. Enough. His other hand found her waist, but did not close there until she leaned into him. Then his fingers spread, hot and steady, holding rather than trapping. He kissed her again, deeper, and heat broke through her fear so suddenly she trembled from the force of it. Damon felt the tremor and stopped. Too much. No, she pulled in a breath. No, I'm just overloaded. Yes. He rested his forehead near hers, but not against it. Even that tiny restraint made her ache. We stop. I didn't say stop. I am. The words cut. Evie stepped back, hurt flaring before she could hide it. Right. His expression hardened, but not with anger, with effort. If I keep kissing you, he said, voice low, I will want more. I will want to learn every sound you make, and every place you soften, and every boundary you want held until you ask me to cross it. I will want too much, too soon, in the worst possible hour of your life. Her whole body went hot. He continued, rougher now. And you deserve to wake up tomorrow knowing I could have taken more and chose not to, because you mattered more than wanting. Evie could not speak. No man had ever made denial feel like devotion. Damon stepped away. The absence of his hand on her face was immediate and cruel. You should call someone, he said. Evie laughed softly, even though nothing was funny. You kiss like that and then recommend a phone call. I'm trying to be decent. You're terrible at it. Yes, but he was not. That was the problem. The clean line upstairs was in a small office beside the kitchen. Glass walls looked into the corridor. No one could hear through them, Mara promised, but Evie could see Damon outside with Rook, arguing in low voices near the monitors. She called the police first. Not 911. A detective her father had once trusted, whose number she knew because she had memorized it after Conrad's funeral. The call rang 8 times and went to voicemail. Evie left nothing useful, only her name and a request to call back. Then she called her apartment building. The night concierge answered, shaken and overly polite. Yes, there had been a break-in. No, he could not say more. Yes, the police were there. No, he had not seen Mr. Vale. Yes, Mrs. Vale had arrived. Evie's fingers tightened around the receiver. Mrs. Vale, she asked. Yes, ma'am. Mr. Julian's mother. She said she was family. Of course she had. After that, Evie called Julian. Damon watched from beyond the glass, without pretending not to. The call went straight to voicemail. Julian's voice filled her ear, smooth and familiar. You've reached Julian Vale. Leave your name if it matters. Evie hung up before the beep. She sat for a moment with the receiver still in her hand, remembering the first time Julian had kissed her. On the balcony of the Heart Museum after a donor dinner, the city gold beneath them, his hand light at her waist. He had been gentle, respectful, perfect. He had asked before touching her. "May I?" She had thought that meant safety. Now she wondered how many monsters had learned consent language, because it opened doors faster than cruelty. Her stomach turned. She called the Heart Foundation office next. No answer. Too early. Then her father's old attorney. No answer. Then her own assistant, Simone, who picked up on the second ring with a sleepy, terrified gasp. Evie, hearing her name in a familiar voice, nearly undid her. Simone, oh my God, where are you? Julian said you left the gala sick, and then your building called, and there are police, and Mrs. Vale told everyone not to speak to press, and... Listen to me. Evie's voice sharpened. Do not talk to Julian. Do not talk to his mother. Do not go to the office alone. What happened? I don't have time to explain. Are you safe? I'm home. My husband's here. Good, stay there. Evie, Julian's been calling everyone. He said you're having some kind of breakdown. A cold, perfect stillness opened inside her. There it was. The next cage. Not steel. Credibility. What exactly did he say? Evie asked. Simone hesitated. That you've been paranoid since your father died. That you stole private files from him. That you might be with someone dangerous. Evie looked through the glass at Damon. He stood in the corridor, arms crossed, speaking to Mara now. His head turned slightly as if he felt her looking. Someone dangerous. Julian had never been stupid. He had built the story before she escaped. Simone, Evie said carefully, I need you to listen. I was taken last night, against my will. Julian may be involved. His mother definitely knows more than she should. Don't defend me publicly. Don't confront him. Just save every message he sends you. Silence. Then Simone whispered, I believe you. Evie closed her eyes. 3 words, a bridge over a pit. Thank you. Where are you? Somewhere safe. Are you with the dangerous someone? Despite everything, Evie looked at Damon again. His gaze met hers through the glass. Yes, she said, but not the way Julian means. After the call, Mara brought Evie a second cup of coffee and did not ask why her hands were shaking again. Damon entered the office only after Evie nodded. Julian is framing me as unstable, she said. I expected that. I'm so glad one of us is enjoying the predictability. His eyes sharpened. I'm not enjoying any part of this. No, you finally get the Vale family cornered. My father's dead. I'm useful. Julian's careless. His mother is making mistakes. This must be a very satisfying morning for you. Mara silently removed herself from the room. Damon closed the glass door behind her. Not locked, Evie checked. He saw. Good. Say what you mean, he said. I mean maybe rescuing me wasn't only about me. No. The answer came too fast. Evie stood. No, it wasn't, or no, you don't want to admit it. No, it wasn't only about you. Pain struck in a clean, stupid line. Damon did not let her look away from it. I came because your father asked me to protect whatever was left if his investigations surfaced again, he said. I came because I owed him. I came because I hate the Vales. I came because the men who took you were part of a network I've been trying to burn down for years. Evie swallowed. And I came, he said, voice lowering, because I saw your face on that confirmation photo, and knew exactly what kind of room they had put you in. Her anger faltered. Damon stepped closer, stopping well outside reach. Motives can be ugly and still be true. You want a clean hero, Evie. Find someone else. I don't want a hero. What do you want? My life back. His expression changed, and she hated that he understood before she finished. My apartment, my name, my father's files, my own choices. I want Julian to stop deciding what the world believes about me. I want his mother to look me in the eye when I ask why she answered your call. Good. Don't say good like you approve of me. I approve of the part where you want to live. I want more than that. I know. Do you? She stepped closer now. Because everyone keeps acting like alive is the finish line. Damon's gaze dropped to her mouth once, then returned to her eyes. Alive is the door, not the room. Her throat tightened. Damn him. The words were too good. She looked away, out through the glass at the corridor beyond. We need the drive. Yes. It's at Julian's house. Yes. So we go get it. No. She turned back. No. No. You said I'm not a prisoner. You're not. Then you don't get to forbid me. I'm not forbidding you. I'm telling you that walking into the Vale house today is a bad plan with a high chance of getting you killed. I know that house. So do I. The way he said it stopped her. Evie frowned. What does that mean? Damon's face closed. No, she said. You don't get to hide after demanding honesty from me. His eyes went flat, but beneath it something moved. Something old. The first fight I was forced into for the Vales wasn't here, he said. It was in the basement of their house. Evie's skin went cold. That's not possible. It is. I've been in that house dozens of times. Not the old East Wing. Julian had told her it was sealed for structural reasons. His mother had laughed about it once, called it a mausoleum of bad taste. Evie remembered the locked double doors near the back staircase. The keypad Julian claimed did not work. The strange sound beneath the floor during a Christmas dinner dismissed as pipes. Her stomach turned. How old were you? She asked. Damon's gaze held hers. 21. Adult barely, legal enough. For men with money to call it choice. Broken enough for them to know it was. Evie felt sick. Julian knew you. Yes. He recognized your name. Yes. That's why he called you a dog. Damon's expression did not change, but the room did. Or maybe she did. The insult had not been rich boy cruelty tossed at a stranger. It had been ownership trying to survive memory. Evie wrapped her arms around herself. Did you kill someone there? Damon was silent for too long. Then he said, yes. A breath left her. In the rings? Yes. Because they made you. Because I chose to keep breathing. The answer was so stark that she had nowhere to put it. Damon stepped back. That's why I don't want you in that house. That's also why you know how to get inside. His eyes sharpened. Evie let her arms fall. Don't look at me like that. Like what? Like I just became a problem. You were a problem when you argued with me in a basement, while men with guns were upstairs. And yet here we are. Evie, the drive is proof. Julian's already building a story that I'm unstable. My apartment's compromised. My father's files may be gone. If the drive is still there, we need it before they realize where it is. They may already know. Then we have less time. No, The word cracked like a door slamming. Evie's temper ignited. You do not own the word no. His face changed at once. Not softer, worse, stricken and furious at himself. No, he said quietly, I don't. The silence after that was brutal. Evie regretted the words, and did not regret them at all. Damon looked toward the monitors beyond the glass. We'll send Rook in. No. His gaze returned to her, dark with warning. She lifted her chin. If the drive is where I left it, he won't find it. Tell him where. I hid it in a place that requires my fingerprint. Damon went still. Evie smiled without humor. Julian gave me a biometric jewelry safe for our engagement. Romantic, isn't it? Said it was for family heirlooms. Where is it? In my dressing room. At his house? Yes. Does anyone else have access? Julian, probably. His mother, definitely. But the interior ring compartment opens only for me. Damon's jaw worked. Why would you put the drive there? Because Julian never looked at anything he thought belonged to romance. For the first time, Damon looked almost impressed. Then all expression vanished. Still no. Evie exhaled hard. We are not doing this all day. No, we're not. Because you're exhausted, injured, and running on adrenaline. You are going to sleep for 2 hours while we pull blueprints and surveillance. And then we make a plan that doesn't involve you walking through the front door of the house, where I learned what blood tastes like. The words should have ended the argument. They almost did. Almost. Then the lights flickered. Once, Damon's head turned toward the corridor. Evie's pulse leapt. What was that? He was already moving. Not running, worse, controlled speed. Mara's voice came over the intercom, sharp and stripped of all warmth. Damon, monitor room, now. Damon opened the glass door. Stay with me. This time, Evie did not argue. They moved through the corridor fast. The cage felt different now. Less fortress, more body-sensing infection. Lights glowed along the floor. Somewhere overhead, a lock cycled. A woman's voice murmured behind a closed door. Rook appeared at the end of the hall with a gun held low and his easy expression gone. Internal camera blinked, he said. Damon's voice dropped. Which one? Guest wing. Evie's skin went cold. Mara stood in the monitor room surrounded by screens. Hallways, entrances, storage rooms, the fight ring below. The kitchen, the exterior street, no bedrooms, no bathrooms, Evie noticed despite the fear. Even now, they had kept that promise. Mara tapped one screen. Evie saw her own corridor. Room 3. Her door stood open exactly as she had left it. For 2 seconds, nothing moved. Then the image glitched. Black. Static. The picture returned. Something lay on Evie's bed. A small white box tied with silver ribbon. Evie stopped breathing. Damon went utterly still beside her. That wasn't there before, Mara said. Rook swore under his breath. Damon's voice turned lethal. Lock down guest wing, quietly, no exterior alarm. Mara's fingers flew over the keyboard. Evie stared at the box on the screen. She knew that ribbon. She knew the glossy white lid. She knew the exact elegant slant of the silver bow, because she had untied it the night Julian put a diamond on her hand, and told her she would never have to be afraid of anything again. Her engagement ring box, the one from his house, the one that should have been locked inside her dressing room safe. Damon turned toward her slowly. "Evie," he said. The screen flickered again. A message appeared across the monitor in black text on a white background, clean and centered, as if someone had typed it from inside the system. "She belong in your CA. G. Saint." A second line appeared beneath it. "She belongs to US. Chapter 3, The Man Who Sold Her." The box on Evie's bed should have been impossible. Damon did not move for 3 full seconds. Then the cage changed around him. Not visibly, not loudly, but Evie felt it in the air, the way a building full of predators went silent before teeth showed. Mara sealed doors from the monitor station. Rook disappeared down the corridor with 2 guards Evie had not met. Somewhere beneath them, a mechanical lock engaged with a low metallic thud that vibrated through the soles of her feet. On the screen, her engagement ring box sat in the center of her bed like a dare. White leather, silver ribbon, the kind of elegant little object that belonged on velvet trays and in candlelit rooms, not inside an underground safe house built by a man with blood in his past. Evie stepped toward the monitors. Damon's arm moved across her path. He did not touch her. He only placed himself between her and the door. "No." The word landed badly. Evie looked at his arm, then his face. "Move. No one goes into that room until we clear it. That is my box. That is the point. My father's drive might be inside. Or an explosive, or a tracker, or a toxin, or nothing but a message designed to make you react exactly like this. I am reacting because someone broke into my room." His eyes hardened. "Yes. My room, Damon. I know." "No, you don't." The words came out too sharp, too fast, but she could not stop them. "You know invasion. You know threat. You know blood and doors and men with guns. You do not know what it feels like to have every place you think is yours turn out to belong to someone else." The room went quiet. Mara's fingers stilled over the keyboard. Rook, visible through the glass corridor outside, glanced in and looked away. Damon did not defend himself. That was almost worse. His arm lowered slowly. "You're right," he said. Evie hated him for that. For giving ground when she needed a wall to push against. "No," he continued, voice controlled. "I don't know your exact fear, but I know the shape of it. And I know the men who put that box there want you thinking with your pulse, not your head." Her throat tightened. On the monitor, the message remained. "She belong in your cage, Saint. She belongs to US." The words scraped over something raw inside her. "Belongs." She wanted to put her fist through the screen. Mara cleared her throat. "I can send a drone in." Evie blinked. "A drone." Rook's voice came through the open door. "Tiny one. Camera, scanner, no heroics. We use it when guests insist suspicious packages are definitely harmless because they're wrapped pretty." Evie stared at him. He lifted one shoulder. "It happens more often than you want to know." Damon did not look amused. "Do it." Mara opened a drawer beneath the console and removed a compact black device no larger than Evie's palm. Its wings unfolded with a faint click. She keyed commands into her tablet, and the drone lifted from the desk with a whisper. Evie watched it on the monitor as it skimmed down the corridor toward room 3. Her open door waited. Her bed waited. The little white box waited. Damon stood beside Evie, close enough that she felt the heat of him, far enough not to crowd. His restraint had become a language she was beginning to understand. He held violence the way other men held breath. Not because he did not want to use it, because using it cost something. The drone slipped through her doorway. On screen, the room looked unchanged, the tray still on the table, the mountain print above the chair, the sheets she had not slept in, her key on the dresser where Damon had left it. The box sat on the bedspread. Mara's voice stayed flat. No heat signature, no active RF signal from the box, scanning chemical trace. Evie's hands curled at her sides. Damon looked at them. Breathe. Don't manage me. I'm reminding you. Same thing. No. She cut him a look. You really cannot help yourself. No. Despite the fear, despite the rage, something inside her almost cracked into a laugh. She swallowed it down because if she started laughing, she might not stop. Mara leaned closer to the screen. No explosive residue, no aerosol, no pressure trigger visible. Can you open it remotely? Damon asked. Yes. Evie's stomach pitched. Wait. Damon's head turned. She kept her eyes on the screen. If the drive is inside, don't damage it. Mara's expression flickered, not with impatience, but calculation. I can lift the ribbon and lid without touching the interior. Do it, Damon said. No, Evie's voice cut through his. Mara, do it. Damon looked at her. Evie did not look back. Small victory, maybe. Petty, maybe. Necessary, definitely. On screen, the drone extended a narrow arm. The ribbon slid free with obscene delicacy. The lid lifted. For one suspended second, Evie saw white satin lining. Then the drone camera angled down. The ring was inside. Her engagement ring. A flawless diamond in a platinum setting Julian had chosen without asking her preference, because of course he had known best. It caught the overhead light and threw it back cleanly, beautifully, obscenely. Beside it lay a folded piece of paper. No drive. Evie's mouth went dry. Mara zoomed the camera closer. One line was written across the paper in ink, so dark it looked wet. Come home before he remembers what he is. Evie turned slowly toward Damon. His face had gone empty. Not cold, not controlled. Empty. That frightened her more than anger would have. What does that mean? She asked. Damon did not answer. Rook did from the doorway, quiet now. It means Julian's mother is playing old games. Damon's gaze snapped to him. Rook held up both hands. She needs to know. I decide what she needs. Evie stepped between them before she could think better of it. No. Damon's eyes came down to hers. She felt the full force of him then, the threat under the skin, the man every dangerous person in the city apparently knew well enough to fear. It should have made her retreat. Instead, she held her ground. You do not decide what I need to know, she said. Not when it is about me. Not when it is about my father. Not when someone broke into my room and left a message about you like you're a bomb with a memory problem. Mara made a soft sound that might have been approval. Damon did not look away from Evie. You want the truth? He asked. Yes. All of it. That is what truth means. His mouth tightened. No, it is, not here. He turned and walked out. For one stunned second, Evie thought he was leaving. Then he stopped at the corridor entrance, without looking back. Bring the box, he said to Rook. Evidence bag, full print sweep, then meet us downstairs. Evie followed him, because fury had legs. Damon led her back to the fight ring. Of course he did. The lowest level was colder now. The overhead lights were dimmer than before, leaving the corners in shadow. The ring sat in the center like an altar to every bad choice men had ever called entertainment. Damon stepped onto the canvas and ducked through the ropes. Evie stayed outside them. "No," she said. He turned. "I am not having this conversation with you, standing in a ring like some tragic monument to masculine damage." His brows drew together. "Get out," she said. For a moment, she thought he might refuse. Then Damon ducked back through the ropes and stepped down to the floor in front of her. Still too big, still too controlled, but no longer elevated. "Good." Evie folded her arms. "Talk." He looked past her, toward the stairs, then back. "Julian's mother is named Celeste Vale. When I was 21, she helped run private fights out of the old east wing of the Vale estate. Rich men came there to watch people hurt each other and pretend it was consensual because contracts existed." Evie felt ice slide under her ribs. "All fighters were adults," Damon said, his voice hard, as if he knew exactly where her mind would go and wanted the line clear. "All signed. Most were desperate. Debt, addiction, family pressure, immigration problems, criminal records, things that make a signature legal and still rotten." Evie nodded once, because she could not speak. "I was good," he said. "Too good." Celeste liked owning things other people feared. She sponsored me, trained me, paid my debt, and made sure every dollar I earned owed interest back to her. Like a leash. "Yes." "And Julian." Julian was 23. He watched. Her stomach turned. "He watched you fight. He watched everyone, but he hated me." "Why?" Damon's face remained still, but his eyes did not. "Because Celeste admired me." Evie recoiled before she could stop herself. Damon saw it and nodded once, as if the reaction was fair. "Not like that," he said. "Not physically. I was useful to her, a weapon she could display. Julian wanted to be feared, but he had never earned fear himself. He inherited it. There's a difference." Evie thought of Julian's perfect suits, his soft hands, his smooth contempt. "Yes, there was a difference." "And the man you killed?" she asked. Damon's jaw tightened. He did not ask how she knew. He knew she knew. He had told her enough to build the outline. His name was Victor Hale. 32, former boxer, one daughter. He was fighting to clear his brother's debt. Evie's chest constricted. "It was supposed to be a staged loss," Damon said. "Mine." Celeste wanted a spectacle. "Victor was told if he broke me badly enough, his brother walked free. I was told if I didn't get up, the debt I owed transferred to my mother." "Damon." "We fought until neither of us could stand. Then Julian handed Victor a blade." The room seemed to lose oxygen. Evie whispered, "Julian." "Yes." "Why?" "Because blood made the room excited. Because he wanted to see what I would do. Because men like him only feel powerful when consequences happen to someone else." Evie pressed a hand to her mouth. "Damon's." Voice did not shake. That made it worse. "Victor came at me. I reacted. He died before the ambulance they did not call could have mattered. And they covered it up. They called it an illegal bout gone wrong between consenting fighters. They buried his daughter in money and silence. They buried me in more debt because dead men cannot pay." Evie looked at the ring behind him. The old stains in the wood, beyond the mats. the date tattooed over his heart. "Victor Hale," she said. Damon's eyes flicked to hers. "The date on your chest." "Yes." The urge to touch him came so suddenly it frightened her. Not lust, not only. Something protective and useless, because the wound was years old and his body had survived. But the man in front of her had not walked out whole. She kept her hand to herself. What did my father have to do with this? Damon breathed out slowly. Conrad found Victor's daughter. Evie's pulse kicked. My father. Yes, she was one of his literacy fund scholarship recipients under a different name. She came to him with records, payments, photos, enough to point at the veils, not enough to convict them. Conrad contacted me because my name was in one of the files. Then she vanished. Yes. And then he died. Yes. Evie turned away because the room blurred. Her father had not been paranoid. He had not been declining into obsession. He had been close, and she had let Julian comfort her while his family buried the truth. A sound tore out of her, small, broken, furious. Damon moved, then stopped himself. She felt it, that aborted instinct, the way he almost reached for her and did not. It made everything worse. "Do you know what they said?" she asked, her voice trembling. "After Dad died, Julian told me grief needed a villain. Celeste told me brilliant men sometimes lose the thread at the end. She sat beside me in my own house and told me to be careful not to spend my life chasing shadows." Damon's silence was vast. "I believed them," Evie whispered. "You were grieving. I was stupid. No, you don't get to absolve me. I'm not. Then what are you doing?" His voice went rough. "Trying not to touch you when you look like you're falling apart." She turned back to him. The air changed at once. It always did when they looked too long. Danger, yes, but not the kind she had been running from. This danger did not make her smaller. It made every nerve in her body wake up and demand a name for itself. "Why?" she asked. Damon's brow furrowed. "Why not touch me?" "Because you didn't ask." Such a simple answer. Such a devastating one. Evie took a step closer. "And if I do?" His eyes darkened. "Then I ask how." Her throat tightened. She had thought desire would feel wrong after fear. Dirty, misplaced. But this did not feel like fear wearing a mask. It felt like need, finding oxygen. She was angry, grieving, hunted, betrayed. She was also alive. And Damon Saint stood in front of her like a locked door that would open only from her side. "I want your hand," she said. His gaze dropped to her fingers. "Where?" he asked. She almost laughed at the precision, but it came out as a shaky breath. "Mine, just hold my hand." He extended his hand slowly. Evie placed hers in it. His palm was hot, rough, bandaged across the knuckles. His fingers closed around hers with careful restraint, giving weight without pressure. For a second, that was all, a hand, a choice, a contact she had requested and could end. Her chest cracked open around it. Damon watched her face. "Is this okay?" "Yes." "Mort." The word slid through her. Not an assumption, an invitation. Evie stepped into him and rested her forehead against his chest. His body went rigid, not with rejection, containment. She heard the hard, uneven beat of his heart beneath her ear. He did not wrap himself around her, did not take the offering and expand it into something she had not asked for. "Damon," she whispered. "Yes, you can hold me." A breath left him, like something had cut it free. His arms came around her slowly, one across her upper back, one low and steady at her waist, avoiding her bruised ribs as if he had memorized them. He held her firmly enough that her body understood support, not restraint. Evie closed her eyes. For one full minute, she let herself be held by a man who had torn open a door and refused to cross hers. Then Rook's voice came from the stairs. "You need to see this." Damon released her immediately. Evie hated that she missed the heat of him before the air had even cooled. Rook descended with a clear evidence bag in one hand and a tablet in the other. Mara followed, expression grim. The engagement ring box was sealed inside the bag, ribbon, note, ring, and all. Evie stepped away from Damon. "What did you find?" Mara held up the tablet. "No prints except yours and Julian's on the exterior box." "That's impossible. Someone carried it in." "They wore gloves, but that's not the problem." Damon's eyes narrowed. "Show me." Mara tapped the tablet. ND turned it toward them. A camera feed appeared. The guest wing corridor. Timestamp: 22 minutes before the box appeared on Evie's bed. Empty hall. Then room 3's door opened. Evie's heart stopped. A woman stepped out. Not Mara. Not anyone Evie had seen. Tall, blonde, wearing black tactical clothes and a medical mask. Her face was partially obscured, but her posture was elegant. Familiar in a way Evie could not immediately place. She carried nothing in her hands. The feed glitched. Then the woman was gone. Evie's skin prickled. Who is that? Mara enlarged the frame. The woman turned her head slightly before the image broke. Evie saw one eye, pale gray, cold. Recognition struck like a slap. That's Celeste's assistant. Damon's face went deadly still. Rook cursed, inside staff. No, Evie said, the certainty arriving with nausea. She works for Julian's mother. Her name is Annika. She follows Celeste everywhere. I thought she was a secretary. Mara's fingers moved over the tablet. Facial match. Rook looked at Damon. If she got to guest wing, she had a credential. Damon's voice dropped. Whose? Mara did not answer fast enough. Damon turned on her. Whose credential, Mara? Her jaw tightened. Mine. Silence fell. Evie looked between them. What does that mean? Mara's face had gone pale beneath her calm. It means either someone cloned my access profile, or someone used my live code while I was logged in. Who can do that? Evie asked. Rook's mouth thinned. No one. Damon's eyes stayed on Mara. Who was in monitor room while we were downstairs earlier? Me, Rook, Jasper for 9 minutes. Damon's expression changed. Evie did not know the name, but she knew the shift in Damon's body. Target acquired. Where is Jasper now? He asked. Mara turned to the console and keyed the comm. Jasper, report to monitor room. Static. She tried again. Nothing. Rook was already moving. I'll get him. Damon caught his arm. No, lock the north stairs, sweep in pairs. Mara typed fast, pulling up another screen. His quarters are empty. Damon's voice was very quiet. Find him. Alarms did not blare. Lights did not flash. The cage stayed quiet, controlled, terrifyingly efficient. 2 guards moved through camera feeds. Doors sealed. Corridors emptied. Guests stayed hidden behind rooms that locked only from the inside. Evie watched the screens from the monitor room with Damon beside her and realized the truth. The cage was not a fortress because Damon trusted walls. It was a fortress because he trusted no one. And still someone had gotten in. Mara's phone rang. She answered, listened, then looked at Damon. North storage, blood on the floor, no Jasper. Alive, no body. Damon's face hardened. He's gone. Rook's voice came over the comm. Found the exit breach. Old drain tunnel, sealed from outside afterward. Of course it was, Mara muttered. Evie folded her arms around herself. He helped her. Maybe, Damon said. Maybe. If Jasper betrayed us, he had a reason. Money. Could be. Fear. Could be. Or Celeste owns him too. Damon did not answer. Evie looked at him then. How many people in this place have old connections to the Vales? His eyes moved to hers. The answer was in the silence. She stepped back. Oh my God. Evie, this place is full of people who survived them. Yes. And you thought that made them loyal. No, I thought it made them motivated. That is not the same thing. I know. Do you? Her voice rose before she could stop it. Because from where I'm standing, the woman who helped take me just reached through your fortress and put Julian's ring on my bed. Damon's jaw flexed. Yes. And left a message warning me about you. Yes. And you're still giving me one-word answers like that. Makes any of this less insane. No, he said. I'm giving one-word answers because if I say more, I am going to start breaking things we need functional. The honesty cut through her panic. For a second, she saw it under the control. Fury, shame, fear. Not for himself. For her. That was the part she could not afford to trust, and already did. Mara leaned over the console. Damon. He turned. She pulled up a financial record on the main screen. You asked me to keep scraping Julian's accounts. His personal accounts are clean. His shell holdings are not. Evie moved closer. Numbers filled the screen. Names, dates, transfers. The kind of neat, bloodless record wealthy men trusted because money never screamed when moved. Mara highlighted one transaction. $300,000, she said. Transferred 2 days ago through a consulting shell to a company tied to the men who took Evie. The room tilted. Evie gripped the edge of the desk. Julian paid them. Mara's voice was clinical. A company tied to them, yes. Evie stared at the date. 2 days ago. 2 days ago, Julian had kissed her shoulder while she stood at his bathroom sink and told her she looked tired. 2 days ago, he had asked if she still had nightmares about her father's funeral. 2 days ago, he had held her ring hand in his and smiled at the diamond like it meant something. Damon stood very still behind her. Evie's voice sounded far away. He sold my location. No one corrected her. No one softened it. Good. She did not want softness. Softness was how Julian had wrapped the blade. Send it to the police, she said. Mara hesitated. Evie turned. What? It's not enough, Damon said. She stared at him. What do you mean not enough? It ties Julian to a shell that ties to another shell that ties to a company attached to men who took you. His lawyers will call it consulting, investment, debt restructuring, anything. He paid them 2 days before I was taken. And he will say he didn't know what they did after the transaction. Evie laughed a brittle sound. Of course he will. We need confession, direct communication, or the drive. The drive that is no longer in the ring box. Yes. She turned back to the monitor, displaying the evidence bag. Her ring looked absurdly beautiful beneath plastic. A thought moved through her. Slow, dangerous. Julian thinks I'll come for the box. Damon's eyes sharpened. Evie, he thinks the message will scare me away from you and send me running back. No, he wants me unstable, emotional, alone. No, he does not know I've seen the transfer. Damon stepped toward her. Evie. She faced him fully. Stop saying my name like a leash. His expression changed. A flicker of pain, then restraint. I'm saying it like a warning, he said. Maybe I'm tired of warnings. That is exactly why you need one. Her temper snapped. No, what I need is for everyone to stop building plans around my fear. Julian did it with flowers. Celeste did it with pity. You do it with locks and rules and that voice that makes everything sound inevitable. The monitor room went silent. Damon's eyes darkened, not with anger now, with recognition. I am trying to keep you alive, and I am trying to stay more than alive. You think I don't know that. I think you know it for other people. I think when it comes to me, you see the locked room first and the woman second. The words struck. Damon took them without flinching. Mara quietly left the room. Rook followed. The door closed behind them. Not locked. Evie noticed. Damon noticed her noticing. For a moment, they stood alone amid screens and stolen footage, and the evidence of all the ways powerful men had tried to write her life without asking. Then Damon said, "You're right." Her anger faltered. Stop doing that. Doing what? Agreeing when I need you to fight. I am fighting. No, you're standing there like a martyr with a jawline. His brows lifted. The absurdity of it nearly cracked the room open. Evie turned away, pressing her fingers to her eyes. I can't do this. Damon's voice changed. Do what? Want to scream at you and trust you at the same time. A low silence. Then closer, you trust me. She dropped her hands and looked at him. That was the wound in him, not whether she wanted him. He understood wanting, distrusted it maybe, but understood it. Trust was the thing he did not know what to do with. I trust you not to hurt me on purpose, she said. I trust you to stop if I say stop. I trust you to tell ugly truths once I force them out of you. I do not trust you to remember I get to risk my own life. He absorbed that like a sentence. Fair, he said. Evie breathed out. You are infuriating. Yes. I hate that answer. I know. The heat between them returned differently this time. Not sudden, not reckless. Low and heavy, shaped by everything they had revealed and everything still unsaid. Damon stepped closer, stopping an arm's length away. I remember you get to risk your life. Do you? Yes. But you don't like it. No. Why? His gaze held hers. Because when I saw you behind that door, something in me made a decision before my head caught up. Evie went still. What decision? That if the world wanted you locked away, I was going to become worse than the world. Her breath caught. There it was, the obsession under the protection. The dangerous thing with its teeth bared. It should have disgusted her. It didn't, because he had not said she owed him for it, because he had not made his violence into romance. Because he had turned every awful instinct toward the door, the men outside it, the systems behind them, and then stopped at the threshold of her consent like it was sacred ground. Damon looked away first. That's not a pretty thing to give someone. No, she said softly, it is. I don't want to be another man whose feelings become your problem. Then don't. His eyes came back to hers. Evie stepped closer. Wanting to burn the world down is not the same as handing me the match and letting me choose. His throat worked. You understand? She asked. Yes. Say it. His gaze turned darker, hotter. I can want blood and still wait, F. Or your command. The words moved through her like a touch. Evie should have stepped back. Instead, she whispered, That is a very dangerous thing to say to me. I know. Do you? Yes. Because I'm angry enough to like it. Damon's breath changed. There was no kiss this time. No touch. Only the air between them turning dense with all the things they were not doing. Evie felt the pull of him as if her body had learned his gravity. Her fingers remembered his shirt under them. Her forehead remembered his chest. Her mouth remembered the devastating restraint of his kiss. Damon's gaze lowered to her lips, then lifted. Not here, he said. Evie's pulse kicked. I didn't ask. I know. Presumptuous. Yes. But his voice had roughened. The knowledge that he wanted her fiercely and was still standing there with his hands at his sides hit harder than seduction. Julian had always made desire feel like a mirror in which Evie was expected to admire herself being admired. Damon made it feel like a force both of them had to respect or be altered by. Evie took one more step until only inches separated them. Ask me something, she said. His eyes narrowed slightly. What? You're so good at rules. Ask me something. A long beat. Then he said, Do you want me closer? Her stomach tightened. Yes. He stepped closer, not touching, close enough that his warmth surrounded her. Do you want my hands on you? Yes. Where? She swallowed, my waist lightly. His hands settled at her waist with exact, restrained pressure, avoiding the bruise along her ribs. Her body softened before she could stop it, and his fingers flexed once in response. Is this okay? He asked. Yes. More. Her thighs pressed together. The word should not have sounded like that. Yes, she whispered, but not fast. Never faster than you ask. Damon lowered his head, but stopped before kissing her. Waiting. Evie rose onto her toes and put her mouth on his. This kiss was different from the first. The first had been proof of restraint. This one was anger, grief, desire, and choice all tangled together, her hands sliding up his chest, his grip tightening only when she leaned into it. Damon's mouth opened under hers with a low sound that vibrated through her body. Not polished, not gentle now. Careful, yes, but not gentle. He kissed like he had been starving and had decided the hunger mattered less than how she wanted to be fed. Evie's back met the edge of the console. Damon stopped instantly. Too much. No. Ribs. Fine. Evie. She pulled back enough to look at him. They hurt, I don't care. I do. The words cut through the haze. She stared at him, breathing hard. He lifted one hand to her face, not touching until she nodded. Then his palm cupped her jaw, thumb resting near the corner of her mouth. You don't have to use pain to prove your choosing, he said. Her eyes burned. Damn him. Damn him for seeing that. She tried to look away, but his hand remained only as long as she let it. When she turned her face, he released her. That made her want to cry more. I want control over something, she said, voice raw. I know. No, you don't. I want one thing that isn't strategy or survival or evidence or someone's dead daughter or my father's ghost. I want one moment where my body belongs to me because I decide what happens to it. Damon looked wrecked by the words, though his face barely changed. Then decide, he said. She looked at his mouth, then his hands, then the unlocked door, then back at him. I want you to kiss me until I forget his ring is in that box. His eyes closed briefly. When they opened, they were dark and clear. I can do that. I want your hands on me, over my clothes, nowhere I don't ask for. Yes. If I say stop, it stops. Everything stops. If I freeze, I stop. If I don't know what I want, then we wait. Her breath shook. Damon touched her waist again, then drew her in slowly, giving her time to refuse every inch. She didn't. His mouth found hers with controlled heat. The room blurred at the edges. Screens glowed behind her. Evidence waited. Danger breathed through the walls. But for a stolen minute, Damon's hands were solid on her waist. His mouth was hot and certain, and Evie's body remembered itself as a place of want instead of fear. He did not push for more. That was somehow more devastating than if he had. His hand slid to the back of her neck, stopping there, fingers spread beneath her hair. Not gripping, anchoring. She made a small sound into his mouth, and he answered with a rougher one, the kind that seemed dragged out of some locked part of him. A primal shiver moved through her. He felt it and drew back. Talk to me. I'm okay. Not enough. She laughed breathlessly. You are impossible. Yes. I liked it. His eyes flared. I liked your hand there, she said, because he needed words, and she found, dangerously, that giving them made the heat sharper. I liked feeling held, not trapped, held. The hand at her neck flexed once. Good, he said, voice rough. And I like that you stop. His forehead touched hers lightly, only after she tipped toward him. I will always stop. She believed him. That was becoming less a problem than a decision. A knock sounded on the glass door. Damon stepped back immediately, turning so his body shielded her from view while giving her space to gather herself. The gesture was so instinctive, so careful, that Evie's chest ached. Rook stood outside the glass, eyes averted with exaggerated interest in the ceiling. I'm tragically sorry to interrupt whatever very professional tactical meeting is happening in there, but we found Jasper's blood trail. Damon opened the door. Where? Drain tunnel leads to the West River access. Blood stops at the water. Cameras. Looped. Whoever helped him knows our dead zones. Mara appeared beside Rook, and there's more. Evie stepped out from behind Damon. Her face was hot, but her voice was steady. What? Mara held up a printed sheet. The transaction from Julian's shell company. We kept digging. It wasn't a single payment. It was part of a debt settlement. Evie's stomach tightened. His debt. No, Mara said. Damon's face changed before she finished. Mara looked at him. Yours. The floor seemed to shift. Evie turned to Damon. What? His expression had gone still. Too still. Mara handed the page to him, But Evie took it first. Names blurred for a second before she forced them into focus. Saint Holdings recovery account. Settlement routed through Vale Meridian Consulting. Beneficiary D. Saint. Amount $300,000 USD. Evie's pulse roared in her ears. That's not possible, Damon said. His voice was quiet, but something in it made the hair rise on Evie's arms. Rook looked grim. It's coded as repayment on an old fight debt. Evie stared at Damon. Julian paid the men who took me through an account attached to you. No, but it says. I know what it says. Did you know about this account? No. She wanted to believe him instantly. That terrified her. Because wanting to believe, a man was how cages got velvet lining. Evie stepped back. Damon saw the movement. A flash of pain crossed his face before he killed it. Evie, don't. I did not take money from Julian. Did you take money from Celeste? His silence lasted half a second too long. Her chest hollowed. When? She asked. His jaw worked, years ago. For what? To buy my way out. From the debt. Yes. From the cage. Yes. From them. His voice lowered. No one buys their way out of the veils. They just pay for a longer chain. Evie looked down at the paper again. The chapter of suspicion Julian had written for her was opening itself page by page. Damon's past, the payment, the message in her room, the warning. Come home before he remembers what he is. What are you? She whispered. Damon absorbed it like a blow. Rook said, Evie. Damon lifted one hand, stopping him. No defense. No interruption. Only Damon looking at her like he had known this moment would come and hated that it still hurt. I am the man who pulled you out of that room, he said. I am also the man Celeste Vale built when I was young enough to think survival and obedience were different things. Evie's throat tightened. That is not an answer. It's the only one that won't insult you. The room was too small, too full, too hot. She pushed past him into the corridor. Damon did not follow. That almost made her turn back. Almost. Evie went to room 3 alone. Her door stood open. The bed had been stripped, the box removed, the sheets sealed into evidence bags. The room no longer felt like hers. Maybe it never had. Maybe no room was hers until she learned to keep people out of it. She walked to the dresser and picked up the physical key. Cold metal, real weight. She closed the door, locked it from the inside. Then she sat on the edge of the bare mattress and let the betrayal rearrange itself. Julian had sold her location. That much was clear now, even if the law would demand cleaner proof. His mother had moved inside the cage as easily as perfume through a room. Damon's past with the veils was uglier than he had told her, and someone had made it look as if her rescue had been paid for with the same money that funded her abduction. Maybe Damon was innocent. Maybe innocent was the wrong word for him. Maybe he was honest and dangerous and compromised. Maybe Julian knew exactly how to poison a woman against the only man standing between her and a grave. Evie looked at her hands. Her ring finger was bare. It felt like the only honest part of her. A soft knock came at the door. She froze. Evie, Damon's voice, low on the other side. I'm not coming in. Her throat hurt. I know, she said. A pause. I'm leaving a phone outside your door. Clean line. No trace. Use it for whoever you need. Mara will not monitor unless you ask." She said nothing. His voice roughened. "You were right to ask what I am. Sta, LL nothing. And you're right not to trust easily." The silence stretched until it became a living thing. Then he said, "I did not sell you." Her eyes burned. "I know that may not matter yet." Footsteps retreated. Evie sat there for a long time. Then she stood and opened the door. No Damon. Only a phone on the floor. She picked it up. Her reflection stared back from the dark screen. Pale face, wild eyes, damp hair. Damon's hoodie hanging from her shoulders like borrowed armor. She unlocked the phone. No contacts, no history, no names. Good. Evie dialed from memory. Not the police. Not Simone. Not her father's attorney. Julian answered on the second ring. For 1 second, neither of them spoke. Then his voice came through. Warm with relief, so perfectly performed, it made her stomach twist. Evie, thank God. She closed her eyes. There he was, the man who had chosen her dresses, her charities, her future children's private schools. The man who had stood at her father's grave with one hand at her back. The man who had sold her to monsters and now sounded as if she had wounded him by surviving. "Julian," she said. "Where are you? Are you safe? My mother is frantic. The police are asking questions. There's a dangerous man involved, Evie. Damon Saint is not who you think he is." Her hand tightened around the phone. "No," she said softly. "I'm starting to understand exactly who he is." A pause. There, beneath Julian's breath, a shift. "You need to come home." Home. The word was bait with a hook through it. Evie looked at the stripped bed, the empty room, the locked door she controlled. "I will," she said. Julian exhaled. "Good girl." Her entire body went cold. Any doubt she had left died cleanly. "But not to you," Evie said. Silence. Then Julian's voice lost a fraction of its polish. "What does that mean?" "It means I have the drive." She did not. Not yet. But the lie landed. She heard it in the sudden absence of his breathing. "Evie," he said carefully, "listen to me." "No, you listen. If you want it back, you meet me alone. No police. No Celeste. No men with guns." "Darling, you sound upset." "I am upset," her voice hardened. "I woke up behind a locked steel door. You don't understand what's happening. Then explain it to me in person." Another pause. Longer this time. When Julian spoke again, the softness was gone. "Where?" Evie smiled without warmth. She looked toward the hallway where Damon had walked away, then down at the phone in her hand. "Where it started," she said. "Your house." Chapter 4, Blood in the Ring. Evie ended the call before Julian could turn her name into another weapon. For 1 second, the phone stayed pressed to her ear, warm from her hand, dead with silence. Then her knees decided they were no longer interested in the rest of the plan, and she sat hard on the edge of the stripped bed. "Where it started. Your house." The lie tasted like copper. Not because she regretted it, because she had felt Julian hear it. Felt him shift from polished concern to calculation with one breath. She had told him she had the drive. She had told him to come alone. She had handed him bait dressed as panic, and he had bitten because Julian Vale had never once believed she could be dangerous on purpose. Good. Let him keep believing it. Evie stared at the blank phone screen until her reflection sharpened inside it. pale face, damp hair, Damon's hoodie, bare ring finger, no diamond, no fiancé, no life waiting intact for her to step back into it. Only a trap. A knock sounded once against the open doorframe. She looked up. Damon stood in the hall. He must have heard the call, or Mara had, or the walls in the cage had pulse points and Damon knew every change in pressure. He wore a black jacket now, zipped halfway over a dark shirt. The bruises along his jaw had deepened. His hands were freshly wrapped. He looked ready to do the thing his body had been built for and his soul had been trying to outgrow. "You called him," he said. Evie rose, "Yes," and told him to meet you at the Vale house. "Yes." "Alone?" "Yes." Damon's expression did not change, but the air around him did. She lifted her chin before he could speak. "If your next word is no, save it." His gaze moved over her face. It was not going to be. That stopped her. "What?" "You made contact. You set terms. You drew a reaction." He stepped into the room only as far as the threshold and no farther. "Now we decide what to do with it." "We..." The word slid under her ribs. Evie looked at the phone in her hand. "I thought you'd be angry." "I am." "At me?" "No." She believed that too quickly, so she made herself question it. "Then at who?" "Julian, Celeste, Jasper if he betrayed us, myself, the architecture of the Vale house, every camera in this building, the fact that your voice shook when you said his name and he probably enjoyed it." The list was so precise, so grimly Damon, that a laugh nearly escaped her. It didn't. Her throat tightened instead. "I told him I have the drive," she said. "I know. I don't. I know that too." "He believed me." "Yes. Because he thinks I'm stupid." Damon's eyes hardened. "No, because he thinks you're emotional." "That's not better." "It is for us." "Why?" "Because emotional people are often underestimated by men who confuse control with intelligence." Evie stared at him. There it was again. The way he handed her back her anger, as if it could be sharpened instead of apologized for. Her chest hurt with it. "He said good girl," she whispered. The words should not have mattered as much as waking locked in steel. They should not have had the power to make her skin crawl. But they did. Julian's voice had held years of invisible handling in those two words. Every dinner where he ordered for her, every room where he corrected her version of events, every time he praised compliance and called it love. Damon went utterly still. "Did he asked. It was not a question. It was a sentence waiting for blood. Evie stepped toward him. "Don't do that." "What?" "Turn into the thing he's trying to prove you are." Damon's jaw flexed. "He wants that," she said. "He wants me scared of you. He wants police and cameras and whoever else watching you look violent while he looks injured. If you go after him because of what he said to me, he wins something." A silence. Then Damon's mouth shifted into something that was not a smile. "You think I would give him that much of myself? I think you want to." "Yes." The honesty landed low in her body, dark and electric. Damon looked down at her hands. "Are you shaking because of him or because of what you did?" Evie realized the phone was trembling between her fingers. "Both." "Good." She let out a breath. "That's your answer to everything tonight." "No, it means you know the difference. Fear of him, fear of your own choice. Those are not the same." You sound like my father." Damon's expression softened at the edges before he could stop it. Evie hated how much she liked catching those glimpses. The man under the weapon. The tenderness he treated like contraband. "I need to go to that house," she said. "No." She narrowed her eyes. Damon held up one hand. "Not because I forbid it, because Julian will expect that. The Vale house will be lit, watched, and layered with police-adjacent private security within the hour. You said where it started. He will hear the estate. Celeste will hear the east wing. And you. I hear the ring." Evie's stomach tightened. "Here." "Yes." "You think he'll come here?" "No, I think Celeste will push him here." "Why?" "Because she wants me in this room again." His gaze shifted past Evie toward the invisible floors beneath them. The old pit, the ropes, the canvas, the stains no amount of bleach could erase. Evie understood then. Her lie had not just baited Julian, it had baited Celeste. Where it started, not where Evie's nightmare started, where Damon's did. "She wants you to remember what you are," Evie said. "Yes. And if you do." Damon looked at her for a long moment. "Then she will use it to make you run." Evie stepped closer. He did not move back. "Damon." "Yes." "What if I already know what you are?" His eyes lifted to hers. She felt the danger in him, not aimed at her. Never that. But everywhere else, barely leashed, kept behind his teeth and hands and the rigid line of his spine. Julian used softness as a cage. Damon used control as a cage too, but only for himself. Maybe that was why she wanted the door open. "You are the man who stopped outside my room," she said. "You are the man who gave me a key. You are the man who asked before touching my face when every other man in this story took something first and explained later." His throat worked. "And yes," she continued, voice shaking now because truth was harder than bait, "you are also the man who knows how to hurt people. You're the man Celeste used. The man Julian hated. The man who has blood in rooms I am still trying to understand. But if they think showing me your worst will make me forget what I've seen for myself, then they are worse at strategy than you are at conversation." A breath left him, almost a laugh, almost pain. "Evie, don't." "What?" "Say my name like you're about to talk me out of trusting myself." He went quiet. Then he said, "All right." 2 words. Not romantic, not dramatic. They felt like a vow. The plan came together in the monitor room with ugly speed. Mara confirmed that Julian had placed 3 calls after Evie hung up. 1 to Celeste. 1 to an unknown number routed through an offshore service. 1 to a private security contractor tied to Vale Meridian. Rook found increased traffic around the Vale estate within 12 minutes, confirming Damon's suspicion that the house was being dressed for a trap. So Damon built a different one. The cage had been breached through an old drain tunnel. Jasper was gone. Annika had entered with cloned credentials. Celeste wanted Damon doubting his own walls. Fine. Damon would give her a wall with a door left visible. Rook called it stupid. Mara called it theatrical. Damon called it leverage. Evie called it exactly what it was. A fight. No, she said when he explained it. Damon turned from the table where blueprints, camera feeds, and financial records glowed across 3 tablets. You just banned that word. I banned you using it on me. I am still free to use it when you suggest putting yourself in the ring like bait. I am bait. That is not a rebuttal. It is a fact. It is a terrible fact. It is the one they will believe. The room was too bright. Every monitor seemed to show another version of danger. The exterior street, the alley, the drain tunnel, guest corridors, the old ring empty and waiting beneath them. Evie folded her arms. Explain it again without making me want to throw something at your head. Rook leaned against the wall. That is a narrow path, boss. Damon ignored him. Julian thinks you have the drive. Celeste knows you don't. Evie's pulse kicked. How? Because she has the box. Or wants me to think she does. Yes, but either way, she wants us moving. She wants us exposed. If we go to the Vale house, she controls the terrain. Mara tapped a feed. If they come here through the same route as Annika, we control enough of it to record, isolate, and force a mistake. Evie looked at the ring feed. By letting them inside. By letting one path look open, Damon said. Not the guest wing, not residence, not staff corridors, just the old lower entrance to the pit, where private fights used to happen. Yes, and Julian will come because he thinks I'll trade the drive. Julian will come because he cannot bear not owning the last word. And Celeste. Damon's face hardened. Celeste will come because she will want to watch me choose wrong. Evie swallowed. And you? His eyes met hers. I won't. No drama. No hesitation. But Evie remembered him in the corridor, tearing through steel. Remembered the silence after Good Girl. Remembered the way every old wound in the cage still seemed to know his name. You can't promise that. His gaze sharpened. She stepped closer to the table. I don't mean you'll hurt me. I know you won't. I mean you can't promise they won't find the exact thing to say or do that makes you stop thinking and start surviving. The room went silent. Rook looked at Damon. Myra looked at the floor. Damon looked only at Evie. Correct, he said. The word was quiet, brutal, real. Evie's heart twisted. Then why are we doing this? Because the alternative is letting them dictate the time, place, and story. Evie looked at the evidence laid out on the table. Julian's payment, the engagement ring box, the message, the hacked footage, the missing drive, her father's ghost standing behind all of it. What do you need me to do? Damon's answer came immediately. Stay upstairs with Mara. No. His jaw tightened. There, the reflex. But he caught it. She watched him do it. He took a slow breath. What do you want to do? I want to be where I can see him. No. Evie's brows lifted. Damon's mouth flattened. I know. You are really struggling. Yes. A strange laugh broke out of Rook and died fast when Damon looked at him. Evie leaned both hands on the table. Julian is not going to confess to you. He wants to use you. He wants to hurt you. He wants to prove I ran from one dangerous man to another because it makes him look like the reasonable choice. Correct. But he might confess to me. No. This time she did not snap. She held his gaze and waited. Damon's hands curled on the edge of the table. Finally, he said, That scares me. The honesty stripped the room. Evie felt it move through Mara, through Rook, through herself. Damon did not say things like that. Not easily, maybe not ever. She softened before she could stop herself. I know. You don't. I do. No, his voice roughened. You don't know what it will be like for me to stand there while he speaks to you like you are still his. You don't know what it will cost not to put him through the floor before he finishes a sentence. A dark shiver moved through her. Fear, yes. Not of Damon. Of wanting that violence and knowing she could not let it rule them. Then let me help you, she said. His eyes narrowed slightly. Not by hiding, she continued. Not by staying safe in a room while you bleed for the plan. Let me be part of the reason you don't give him what he wants. Damon looked away. Evie moved around the table until she stood in front of him. I need him to confess, she said. I need my father's name cleared. I need to hear Julian say what he did without Celeste translating it into concern. And I need to be the person who gets it from him. Damon's gaze returned to hers, heavy with resistance. I'm not asking to stand unprotected in the middle of the ring, she said. I'm asking to stop being treated like proof instead of a person. Mara spoke before Damon could. W. E can wire her. Damon's head turned slowly. Mara did not flinch. Audio and video. Hidden stream to Detective Alcott's office and 2 media contacts Conrad Hart trusted, delayed by 90 seconds unless Evie triggers live release. Evie's pulse jumped. Alcott, I called him. He didn't answer. He answered me, Mara said. Eventually. Damon's voice was flat. You called Alcott. I called 3 people. Mara shrugged. You were busy glaring at morality. He's compromised. Maybe. That's why I'm not giving him our location until the stream is already dirty and public enough to make burying it costly. Rook grinned faintly. That's our Mara. Trust issues with bandwidth. Evie looked at Damon. That could work. It could also get you shot. Then design it better. His eyes flashed. Not anger this time. Something almost like pride. You're impossible, he said. Yes. The echo between them held too much heat for the room. Damon looked at Mara. Build it. They prepared Evie in the small medical office, off the guest wing. Mara fitted a tiny camera into the seam of Evie's borrowed hoodie and an audio transmitter beneath the collar. A panic trigger no larger than a button went inside her sleeve, where her thumb could press it if words stopped being enough. Rook gave her a crash course in how to angle her body toward Julian without looking like she was doing it. Damon said very little. He stood near the door with his arms crossed, watching the process as if stillness could keep the world from crossing a line. Evie noticed every bruise on him now, every scar, every place he had once been touched by violence and rebuilt into warning. She wondered what her own damage looked like from the outside. Not bruises, those would fade. The rest was still forming. Mara zipped the wire into place. Say something. Evie looked at Damon. He looked back. She said, Julian Vale sold me to men who locked me behind a steel door. The speaker on Mara's tablet played her voice back, clear and cold. Good. Mara's expression softened by 1 degree. Again, but with something we can use as a calibration phrase. Evie kept looking at Damon. No one locks me in, not even him. The playback repeated it. Damon's face shifted. A crack in the armor, then gone. Mara pretended not to notice. Good. Rook entered with a matte black vest. Slim, flexible, terrible. Evie stared at it. Absolutely not. Bullet resistant, Rook said. Not bulletproof. The distinction matters to lawyers and people with bad aim. It will show under the hoodie. Not if we size it correctly. I am not meeting my ex-fiancé looking like I'm wearing tactical underwear. Rook opened his mouth. Damon said, "Rook." He shut it. Evie took the vest. "Fine, but if this ruins the line of my emotionally devastating betrayal outfit, I'm blaming you." Rook blinked. Then he looked delighted. "I like her." Damon did not, but his mouth almost did that almost smile again. Evie put the vest on in the bathroom and stared at herself in the mirror. There she was, not Gala perfect, not Julian's polished fiancée, not the woman Celeste had patted on the hand and called resilient with a smile sharp enough to cut. Sweatpants, hoodie, no makeup, damp hair tied back, a bruise at her wrist, another at the edge of her collar. A camera hidden over her heart, a panic trigger under her sleeve. Alive, furious, choosing. When she stepped out, Damon was alone. Mara and Rook had gone. The room felt smaller without them. Damon's gaze moved over her once, assessing vest fit, wire placement, bruising face. He did not comment on how she looked. She was grateful. She might have shattered. "Tell me the plan," he said. Evie lifted a brow, testing me. "Grounding you." She breathed in. Julian enters through the lower tunnel because Mara leaves that path visible and feeds him enough false camera lag to think he has advantage. He believes I'm waiting near the ring with the drive. You and Rook are positioned out of sight. Mara streams from the embedded camera and the room feed to secure backups with delayed release ready. I get him talking. I get him to admit he paid the men who took me or that he knows where the drive is. If Celeste or armed men enter, I step back to the marked line and hit the trigger. If he touches me, I hit the trigger. If I freeze, you end it. Damon's jaw tightened at the last line. I end it before he touches you. You end it if I give the signal. No, Damon. No, his voice was low now. You are asking me to let a man who arranged your abduction put hands on you while I wait for evidence. I cannot promise that. Evie studied him. He had not lied, not even to make himself easier. "All right," she said. His eyes narrowed. She stepped closer. "Then we draw the line before touch. If he crosses 3 feet, you move. If I want to continue, I'll say your name and hold up my hand. If I don't, you end it." Damon looked down at her hand, then back to her face. "You think you can manage him?" "No, I think I know him. That's different. He'll weaponize that. So will I." A beat passed. Then Damon said, "Good." The word was darker this time. It made her blood move. Evie swallowed. "There's one more thing." He went still. She stepped closer until she had to tilt her head to hold his gaze. "I need you steady down there." "I will be." "No, not the version of steady where you lock everything behind your eyes until it breaks. I need you with me, hearing me, seeing me. Not the ring, not Celeste, not Victor, me." His breath changed at the name. Victor, the dead man in the ring. The ghost Celeste would surely drag between them if she could. Damon said nothing. Evie reached for his hand and stopped before touching. "May I?" His eyes moved to her fingers. "Yes." She took his hand. His palm was warm, the bandage rough. He closed his fingers around hers carefully, as if even now, even with everything burning down, he would not take more than she offered. "I'm going to be afraid," she said. His face tightened. "I am," she repeated. "But fear is not refusal. Fear is information. I will use it. You need to use yours too." "I'm not afraid of Julian." "No, you're afraid of yourself." There it was. The truth neither of them wanted. Damon's hand stiffened in hers, but he did not pull away. Evie stepped closer. "I'm not." His eyes went black, with something too intense to name. "Do not say things to me, because you want them true." "I'm not. You should be afraid." "I am afraid of what they can make you suffer. I am not afraid you'll hurt me." He looked wrecked for half a second. Then he let go of her hand and turned away. Evie's heart sank, but he only braced both hands on the counter and bowed his head, shoulders rigid, breath slow and harsh. "Damon, give me a second." She did. That felt like love before either of them had earned the word. After a moment, he spoke without turning. "When I was in that ring, there were rules, not real rules, performance rules. Bleed enough to satisfy them, break enough to profit them, get up when they wanted a miracle, stay down when they wanted mercy. I learned to read what the room wanted and become it before it killed me." Evie moved closer, but did not touch him. He continued, voice low. "Celeste knew that. She will try to make me read the room again. Then read me instead." Damon turned. The look in his eyes stole the air from her lungs. It was not lust, though lust was there, deep and controlled. It was not gratitude. Not exactly. It was recognition sharpened to a point. He lifted one hand, stopping before he touched her cheek. Evie nodded. His palm came to her face. "Still yes?" he asked softly. The echo of their first kiss nearly undid her. "Yes." He kissed her like a man taking one breath before going underwater. Not long, not enough, never enough. His mouth was warm and firm, his thumb grazing her jaw, his other hand held at his side, because if he used both, he might forget the room. Evie leaned into him. Chose it. Chose him. Chose the heat that moved through her body like proof that fear had not turned everything inside her numb. When he drew back, she followed an inch. His mouth curved faintly. "Greedy," he murmured. The word struck low and bright. Evie's eyes narrowed, careful. His thumb moved once along her jaw. Always. No one had ever made that word sound less boring. Rook's voice came over the comm. "We have movement in the tunnel." Damon closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them, the man who looked at Evie remained. But the weapon had returned behind him. The old lower entrance to the cage smelled like wet stone and rust. Evie stood at the edge of the fight room with the ring behind her and a duffel at her feet. Empty, except for a dead burner phone and a folded hand towel wrapped around nothing. From a distance, it could be anything. A drive, a document, proof. Her proof was in the camera, over her heart. Damon was not visible. That was the worst part. She knew where he was because they had walked the room 3 times. Behind the left support column, 15 feet away, with a clear line to Julian. Rook was above on the catwalk. Mara watched from the monitor room. 2 guards covered the tunnel doors. A 3rd team stood between the fight room and guest wing. Evie was not alone. She felt alone anyway. The ring loomed behind her. Black ropes, dark canvas, overhead lights. She imagined Damon at 21 inside it. Not the man she knew now, but a younger version, leaner maybe, angrier, trapped in a room full of expensive monsters. Julian watching. Celeste smiling. Victor Hale bleeding. Her father years away from uncovering the first thread. Evie's fingers curled around the panic trigger, beneath her sleeve. A tiny click sounded in her earpiece. Mara's voice quiet, audio live, stream delayed and stable. Exterior movement confirms 3 incoming. Julian front, 2 armed behind. Evie's pulse kicked. Damon's voice followed lower. You do not have to do this. She breathed in, then out. I know. Say it. She almost smiled. Infuriating man. I do not have to do this, she whispered. I choose to. A pause. Good, Damon said. Footsteps echoed in the tunnel. Evie turned toward the sound. Julian emerged from the shadows wearing a navy overcoat and the same wounded expression he had used when she caught him lying about a dinner with his ex. Behind him came 2 men in dark clothing. Not police, not quite mercenaries. Clean, quiet, forgettable in the way professional violence often was. Julian raised one hand when he saw her, as if soothing a horse, as if she might bolt. Evie, the name in his mouth, felt like a hand on the back of her neck. She forced herself still. Stop there. He did 3 strides beyond the tunnel mouth. The armed men stopped behind him. His eyes moved over her hoodie, her bare face, her bruised wrist. Something flashed across his expression. Not regret. Annoyance. You look terrible, he said softly. Evie felt Damon before she heard him. A shift in the air near the column. She kept her gaze on Julian. I was abducted. It's hard on the complexion. Julian sighed. This is exactly what I was afraid of. Being caught. Being influenced. He looked around the fight room with distaste. By this place. By him. Damon didn't sell my location. Julian's eyes returned to hers. Is that what he told you? $300,000 moved from your shell company to the men who took me. Something flickered. Not enough. Julian was good. Business transactions are complicated, he said. So is kidnapping. His mouth tightened. Don't use words you can't prove. Evie almost laughed. There was the lawyerly polish, the veil instinct, not I didn't do it, prove it. She shifted her weight, angling her body as Rook had instructed. Camera toward Julian. Face tilted enough for the feed. Fine, she said, explain it. I don't owe explanations while you're standing in a criminal's basement wearing his clothes. My clothes were taken. And whose fault is that? For 1 second, the room disappeared. Evie stared at him. She had expected lies, concern, gaslighting, even threats. Not that. The words had slipped out too easily. A glimpse of the rot beneath the lacquer. Julian saw it too. He recovered quickly, stepping forward 1 pace. Evie lifted her hand. Behind the column, Damon remained still. Good. Julian stopped. I didn't mean it like that. Yes, you did. You vanished from a gala, Evie. You took sensitive property from my study. You involved dangerous people. My mother has been trying to contain this before you ruin your father's name completely. My father's name. Julian's face softened in that old practiced way. Conrad was ill. Rage rose clean and bright. No, Evie said, he was right. Julian's expression cooled. There he was. Careful, he said. The earpiece clicked once. Mara's signal. Good angle, keep him talking. Evie stepped toward the duffel and rested 1 hand on it. Is that why you want this? Julian's eyes dropped to the bag. Greed was not always obvious. Sometimes it was a stillness. A man making himself blank because the want underneath was too loud. You don't know what you have, he said. Then tell me. You stole something that does not belong to you. I stole a flash drive from your desk because you lied about knowing my father. It was not yours to take. I was not yours to sell. His jaw tightened. The armed men behind him exchanged a glance. Evie saw it. So did Damon, probably. Damon saw everything. Julian lowered his voice. Come home with me. We can fix this. No. My mother has doctors who can help explain the trauma response you're experiencing. Evie smiled then. She could not help it. Doctors, she said, that's your play. His eyes sharpened. My play is protecting you from a man who killed for my family and has spent years pretending that makes him noble. Damon did not move. Evie's thumb rested lightly on the panic trigger. Did you watch? She asked. Julian blinked. What? When Damon fought Victor Hale, did you watch him die? Julian's face froze. There it was. Mara's voice in Evie's ear. Keep going. Evie's heart pounded so hard she felt it in her throat. Did you hand Victor the blade? Julian looked around the room. For the first time, uncertainty touched him. Damon has been telling you stories. Yes, Evie said, but you just told me they were true. His mouth closed. The silence was the first confession. Not enough. Did my father find out? She asked. Julian's mask settled back into place. Your father found many things he misunderstood. Victor's daughter didn't misunderstand. His pupils shifted. Another hit. Evie's voice went steadier. Where is she? I have no idea. Liars. Julian smiled a little then. Not the public smile. Not the fiancé smile. A private one. Mean. Thin. Familiar only because maybe it had always been there behind the others. You always were more like Conrad than you. Pretended, he said. Evie's breath caught. And you always hated that. Hated? Julian laughed softly. No, I admired your father. He was stubborn, self-righteous, tragically convinced that money should answer to morality. He could have been useful if he had understood hierarchy. Hierarchy. The word opened a door in Evie's memory. Her father's study, a locked drawer, a yellow legal pad, his handwriting shaky near the end. Veil hierarchy not financial. Bloodline, ledger not accounts, people, leverage, heirs. Evie's hand tightened on the duffel. The drive, Julian said, give it to me. Admit what you did. Evie, say you paid them to retrieve stolen property. Mara's voice, good push. You paid men to take me. Julian's eyes hardened. I paid men to bring back something you stole. Me. The drive. But they took me. Because you ran. I didn't know they were coming. No, you were too busy parading around my gala, pretending you understood the room. There it was again, the contempt. Evie let it come, let him show it, let the camera drink him in. You told them where I'd be, she said. Julian looked at the duffel. Then at her. I told them to recover the drive discreetly. Her heart slammed. Not enough, almost not enough. And if I wouldn't give it back. Julian's jaw worked. The armed man on his left shifted. Damon remained invisible. You were supposed to be frightened, Julian said, not harmed. The words hit like ice water. Evie made herself stand still. Locked behind a steel door, she said. No phone, no shoes. Cameras. Men outside talking about a buyer. Julian rolled his eyes. Actually rolled his eyes. There was no buyer, Evie. God. You hear a word and build a nightmare. It was a transfer. You were being moved somewhere secure until my mother could speak to you without Saint interfering. Somewhere secure. The cage tried to rebuild itself around her lungs. Evie breathed through it. Your mother knew. Julian's expression closed. Too late. Of course she knew, Evie whispered. Julian took one step closer. Enough, give me the drive. Evie lifted her hand. Damon did not move. Julian stopped, irritation flashing. Still afraid of me? No, Evie said. I'm giving someone else permission not to break you yet. The words moved through the room, like a match struck in darkness. Julian's gaze sharpened, then slid past her. To the column. His smile returned. Saint, he called, still waiting for a woman to tell you when to bite. Damon stepped out of shadow. Evie's breath caught, even though she had known he was there. He did not rush, did not snarl, did not perform. He emerged with controlled quiet, dark clothes, wrapped hands, eyes flat as winter water. Every violent man in the room seemed to understand at once that Damon was not posturing. He was deciding. Julian's armed men lifted their guns. Rook's voice boomed from above. Bad idea. 2 red laser dots appeared on the men's chests from the catwalk. They froze. Damon's gaze stayed on Julian. You came armed to meet your fiancé. My fiancé was taken by a former pit dog. Evie flinched at the word. Damon did not. That seemed to irritate Julian more. You used to react faster, Julian said. Mother will be disappointed. Damon said nothing. Julian looked him over, smiling now. She said you'd gotten soft. I told her no. Men like you don't soften. They wait for permission to be what they are. Damon's hands remained at his sides. Evie watched him. Read me instead, she had said. His eyes flicked to hers once. Only once. Enough. Julian saw it and laughed. Oh, that's rich, he said. You really believe he's different with you? Evie answered before Damon could. He is. No, darling, he is disciplined. There's a difference. The word darling scraped over her skin. Damon's jaw ticked. Julian's smile widened. Do you know what he did after Victor? Julian asked her. Did he tell you that part? Did he tell you he went back into the ring 3 nights later? Evie's stomach tightened. Damon's face did not change, but something in the room did. Julian stepped closer. He killed a man, washed the blood off, and fought again, because that's what animals do when the door opens. Damon's voice was quiet. Stop talking to her. There he is, Julian murmured, still taking orders from the room. Evie looked at Damon's hands. They had curled. Not much. Enough. She stepped between them. Damon's eyes snapped to her. Evie. She held up one hand. He stopped. Julian laughed softly behind her. Brave. She turned back to him. No, done. His smile thinned. Excuse me. I'm done letting you use his past, because you have no defense for your present. Julian looked at the duffel. Give me the drive. Say what happened to my father. For the first time, true anger flashed across his face. Your father had a weak heart. My father was investigating your family. Your father was obsessed. My father found Victor Hale's daughter. Julian's eyes went flat. There. That name again. Evie pressed harder. Did you silence her too? No. Did Celeste? Julian said nothing. Mara's voice in her ear was barely audible. Police relay received. Media relay standing by. Evie's body felt very far away and painfully present at once. The vest against her ribs, the wire under her collar, the panic trigger beneath her thumb. Damon behind her, a wall of heat and restraint. Julian in front of her, polished wrought in a navy coat. "Where is she?" Evie asked. Julian leaned in slightly. "Safer than you." Damon moved. A single step. Evie lifted her hand again, without turning. He stopped. Julian's eyes glittered. Impressive, does he sit too? Evie smiled. It shocked him. Good. "You're trying so hard," she said. His expression darkened. "You want him violent, because then everyone forgets you confessed." "I confessed to nothing. You confessed to paying the men who took me. For stolen property. You confessed your mother knew. I said no such thing. You implied I was being moved somewhere secure until she could speak to me." Julian's gaze sharpened. He had realized. Finally, Evie saw the moment he looked at the seam of her hoodie. His face changed. "What did you do?" he asked softly. Evie pressed the trigger once. "Not panic. Release." Mara's voice came alive in her ear. Stream live in 90 seconds. Julian took one step back. "What did you do?" Evie said clearly, "I gave you a room and let you talk." Julian lunged for her. Damon hit him before his fingers reached her sleeve. Not with the full force he wanted. Evie knew that somehow. Saw it in the restraint of the strike, the precision of it. Damon moved between them, seized Julian by the front of his coat, and drove him backward into the ropes of the ring instead of into the concrete wall. Julian gasped, shocked more than injured. The armed men reacted. Rook fired once. Not at them, at the floor between their feet. The sound detonated through the room. "Next one is less theatrical," Rook called. The men froze again. Julian recovered fast, hatred twisting his face. "You stupid animal." Damon's hand tightened in Julian's coat. Evie stepped forward. "Damon." His shoulders rose and fell once. He did not strike again. Julian saw the restraint and misread it. He smiled through bloody teeth. "She has you trained." Damon leaned closer. Evie's pulse spiked. But Damon did not hit him. He said, low enough that the room seemed to lean in, "No, she has me choosing." For a fraction of a second, Julian looked genuinely afraid. Then the lights went out. Darkness swallowed the room. Someone screamed. Not Evie. A gunshot cracked from the right. Damon's arm came around Evie's waist and pulled her down behind the ring apron before she fully understood he had moved. His body covered hers without crushing, one hand shielding the back of her head, his breath hot against her ear. "Are you hit?" he asked. "No. Stay low." The emergency floor strip snapped on, casting the room in green light. Shapes moved in broken fragments. Rook on the catwalk. One gunman down, clutching his wrist, the other retreating toward the tunnel. Julian gone from the ropes. And at the far entrance, Celeste Vale stepped into the cage. She wore white. Of course she did. A long ivory coat. Pale hair swept into a perfect knot. Gray eyes calm as winter glass. Beside her stood Annika, masked no longer, holding a small black device in one gloved hand. A signal jammer. Mara's voice crackled in Evie's ear. Feed interrupted. Backup recording local. Live stream cut at 63 seconds. No. No. Celeste looked directly at Damon. There you are, she said. Damon rose slowly, keeping Evie behind him. Celeste's gaze slid to her. Evangeline, you look very much like your father when cornered. It's unfortunate. He also mistook stubbornness for courage. Evie's fear burned into rage. Did you kill him? Celeste smiled faintly. Your father killed himself by believing truth had value without power. Damon's voice cut in. Where is Jasper? Alive, Celeste said, for now. Rook moved along the catwalk. Annika lifted the jammer higher. I wouldn't. Celeste did not glance up. Mr. Kane, I remember when your sister begged very prettily for my help. Put the rifle down before I revisit that debt. Rook went still. Evie looked at him. His face had gone white with fury. Damon said, Rook, hold. Celeste smiled wider. Still pretending you give orders here. Julian staggered from the side of the ring, one hand at his split lip. Mother. Be quiet, Celeste said. The words cracked like a slap. Julian stopped. Evie stared. There was no affection there. No maternal concern. Celeste Vale looked at her son as if he were a tool left out in the rain. You were told to retrieve the drive, Celeste said, not monologue. Julian's face flushed. She said she had it. And you believed her because you cannot resist hearing yourself become important in a woman's fear. Celeste's gaze returned to Ev. That is why he has always been the weak link. Evie's stomach turned. Julian looked humiliated. Good. Dangerous, but good. Celeste took a step into the greenlit room. Where is it? Evie lifted her chin. Somewhere you can't reach. Nothing has ever been somewhere I can't reach. Then you must be very tired. Celeste's eyes sharpened. Damon's hand shifted near Evie's hip, not touching, but ready. Celeste noticed. Oh, Damon, her voice softened obscenely. Look at you, guarding another doomed heart. Does she know how this ends? Damon said nothing. Celeste's gaze dropped to his wrapped hands. Of course she does not. You've dressed the pit in prettier language now. Safe house, sanctuary, protection. But all cages are built by the same men. Evie stepped out from behind him. Damon's hand twitched. She did not move far, just enough to be seen. No, she said. Some cages are built by people like you. Some are rebuilt by people trying to get others out. Celeste studied her. Your father spoke like that. Right before he learned his friends, his lawyers, his doctors, and his fiancée's family all belonged to me in one way or another. Evie's heart punched her ribs. Doctors. Her father's heart attack. Say it, Evie whispered. Celeste smiled. Damon's voice was deadly quiet. Evie. No, she stared at Celeste. Say what you did to him. Celeste tilted her head. Conrad Hart's medication was adjusted by a licensed physician after he presented signs of anxiety and paranoid fixation. Evie's blood turned to ice. You poisoned him. I corrected a problem. Julian looked at his mother. What? That was the wrong note. Celeste's eyes flicked to him with irritation. Do not perform innocence. It doesn't suit you. Julian's face went blank with shock. He had known some things. Not this. Evie pressed her thumb against the trigger again, useless under the jammer, but the motion steadied her. Local recording, Myra had said. The camera still had something. Maybe not. Celeste looked at Damon. Bring me the girl and the drive, and I will leave your little shelter standing. Damon's laugh was quiet and without humor. Celeste's expression cooled. "You are not in a position to posture," she said. "No," Damon said. "I'm in my house." The words shifted the room. The cage seemed to hear them. Celeste glanced around with mild amusement. "This was never your house. This was where we taught you obedience." Damon stepped forward. Evie's pulse spiked. Celeste saw it and smiled. "There," she whispered, "still so close." Julian wiped blood from his lip. "He's not going to do anything. She's got him on a leash." Damon looked at Julian. Evie felt it happen. The room narrowed. Julian had pushed too many times, and now the old ring, the old names, Victor, Conrad, Evie, Celeste's voice, the gunshot, the blackout. The years all stacked behind Damon's eyes. Evie reached for him. "Damon." He did not seem to hear. Celeste's smile widened. "Hit him," she said softly. "Show her." Damon moved. Fast. Julian barely had time to raise his hands before Damon drove him back into the ring. Not punching this time, throwing him through the ropes and onto the canvas. Julian landed with a strangled cry. Celeste's face lit with satisfaction. Evie's heart lurched. Damon. He climbed into the ring. Julian scrambled backward, fear stripped bare now. "Get him off me." Damon stalked forward. Every line of him had changed. Not wild. Worse. Purposeful in a way that seemed severed from everything except the man on the canvas. Celeste murmured, "There he is." Evie ran to the ring. Rook shouted something from above. Mara's voice crackled in the earpiece, broken by static. "Evie, don't." Evie grabbed the bottom rope and ducked inside. Damon had Julian by the collar now. His fist drew back. Evie stepped in front of it. Damon froze. His fist hovered inches from Julian's face. Julian went still beneath him, eyes wide. Evie looked up at Damon and saw nothing but black for one terrible second. Then his gaze found hers. "Read me." "Damon," she said quietly, "not for him." His breathing was harsh. "Not for Celeste," she said. His fist trembled. Evie lifted both hands slowly, palms open. "Look at me." His eyes fixed on hers. "Is this what you choose?" she asked. The words hit him. She saw them go in. "Choice." His fist lowered by degrees. Julian sucked in a breath. Damon released his collar and stepped back as if the contact burned him. Celeste's expression sharpened with annoyance. Evie did not look at her, only Damon. "There you are," she whispered. Something broke in his face. Not control. The thing beneath it. Pain. Relief. Recognition. Then Julian pulled a knife from his coat and lunged at Evie. Damon caught the blade with his bare hand. The sound Evie made tore her throat. Blood spilled instantly through Damon's fingers as he trapped Julian's wrist, twisted, and drove him down onto the canvas with controlled, devastating force. The knife skittered away. Julian Scria. Med, Damon pinned him with one knee between his shoulder blades, his injured hand clenched and bleeding freely. This time, Damon did not keep hitting. This time, he held. "Enough," Damon said. Not to Julian. To himself. Evie dropped to her knees beside him. "Your hand." "Later." "Damon." His eyes flicked to hers. "Are you cut?" "No." "Then later." Celeste's voice sliced through the ring. How touching. Evie looked up. Celeste held a gun now, pointed at Evie. The room stopped. Damon's body shifted in front of her instantly, but Celeste smiled. "Move and I shoot through you." Rook had a rifle trained on her from the catwalk. Annika aimed at him. 2 guards had the tunnel men pinned, but no one had a clean shot. The green emergency lights made everyone look half dead. Celeste's hand did not shake. "Get up, Evangeline," she said. Damon's voice was low. "No." Celeste's eyes flicked to him. "This is the part where you learn whether she obeys better than you did." Evie stood. Damon's injured hand closed around Julian's collar, holding him down. His other hand reached toward Evie, but stopped, not touching without permission. Even now, her heart split. Celeste motioned with the gun, down from the ring. Evie stepped toward the ropes. Damon's voice caught her. "Evie." She looked back. His face said 1,000 things his mouth would never say in front of these people. "Don't. I can't lose you. Tell me what to do." She lifted her hand, palm out. "Stay." His jaw clenched. He stayed. Evie ducked through the ropes and stepped onto the floor. Celeste motioned her closer. "Mother," Julian groaned from the canvas. "Don't." Celeste did not look at him. "You are done speaking." Evie stopped 6 feet away. "What now? You shoot me in the basement and call it hysteria." "No, I leave with you." "Why?" "The drive." "I don't have it." "I know," Celeste's smile returned, "but you can still open the safe." "The safe?" "Her biometric jewelry safe." Evie's mind moved fast. Celeste knew it was in Julian's house, knew it needed Evie's fingerprint, knew the drive had been there or might still be there, which meant the box they had returned to the cage had been removed without opening the hidden interior compartment. The drive was still inside the safe. A dangerous, impossible hope sparked. Celeste saw something in her face, and her smile vanished. Evie said loudly, "You never opened it." Celeste's gun hand tightened. Damon's head lifted. Evie laughed once, breathless and sharp. "That's why you need me. You got the ring box, but not the compartment. The drive is still at Julian's house." Julian went utterly still beneath Damon. So he had not known either. The room shifted. Mara's voice suddenly burst clear through Evie's earpiece. Jammer weakened. Local stream recovered. Say it again. Evie's pulse leapt. Annika glanced down at her jammer. Rook moved. Annika saw him too late. He fired. The shot struck the device in her hand, exploding it in a burst of sparks. Annika screamed and dropped. Celeste fired at Evie. Damon launched himself from the ring. The bullet hit him before he hit Celeste. Evie screamed. Damon slammed into Celeste anyway, taking her down hard enough that the gun flew across the concrete. Rook dropped from the catwalk. Mara and 2 guards flooded the room from the side corridor. The remaining men at the tunnel threw down their weapons as red and blue police lights flashed across the upper exterior monitor in the corner. Actual police, or Alcott's people, or hell arriving late in uniform. Evie did not care. She ran to Damon. He was on one knee, one hand pressed to his side, blood spreading dark beneath his jacket. Celeste was cuffed face down beside him, spitting threats with her cheek against the concrete. Julian was dragged from the ring by Rook, one arm twisted behind him, shouting that none of it would hold, that they had no admissible evidence, that Evie was unstable, that Saint had kidnapped her. Evie dropped in front of Damon. "Where?" she demanded. "Side. Let me see." I'm fine. If you say that again, I will make sure the next bullet is mine. His mouth twitched. Actually twitched. Boss, Rook called, breathless. Stream caught Celeste on Conrad's medication. It caught Julian on the payment. Backup went live when the jammer dropped. Evie looked at Celeste. For the first time, Celeste Vale looked afraid. Not much. Enough. Detective Alcott entered with 4 officers behind him, gun drawn, face grim. Older than Evie remembered. Gray at the temples. Her father's funeral had aged everyone, apparently. His eyes swept the room, landed on Evie, then Damon bleeding on the floor. Evangeline Hart. Evie lifted her chin. Yes. You're safe now. The words should have comforted her. They didn't. She put one hand over Damon's, pressing hard against the wound. No, I'm not. Alcott blinked. Evie looked down at Damon. His face had gone pale beneath the bruises, but his eyes stayed on hers. Only hers. She leaned closer. You stopped. His breath came rough. You told me to. No, I asked if you chose it. His gaze held hers. Blood warmed her fingers. Damon whispered, I chose. The room blurred. Behind them, Julian shouted her name as officers cuffed him. Evie, listen to me. You don't understand what she is. You don't understand what he'll do to you. Evie turned her head. Julian stood between 2 officers. Lip split, coat torn, eyes wild with the first real fear she had ever seen on him. He looked smaller than she expected. Or maybe she had grown. You're right, she said. Julian went still. I didn't understand, Evie continued. Not at first. His face softened with desperate calculation. Then she smiled. But I do now. Alcott moved between them, reading Julian his rights. Celeste was pulled upright, still immaculate somehow despite the blood at her mouth and dust on her white coat. Her eyes found Evie's across the room. This is not over, she said. Evie pressed harder to Damon's wound. No, she said, but it is public now. That landed. Celeste looked toward the cameras, toward Myra, toward every glowing red light Damon had built into the old pit she once owned. The cage had watched her bleed truth, and this time the room belonged to them. Damon's weight shifted. Evie caught him before he could fall fully, though he was too heavy and she was shaking too badly. Rook was there in an instant, helping lower him to the floor. Mara shouted for the doctor. Someone cut Damon's jacket open. Someone else pushed medical gauze into Evie's hands. She pressed down. Damon hissed through his teeth. Sorry, she whispered. Don't be. You got shot. Yes. You said you controlled the room. I did. You call this control. His eyes impossibly warmed. You're alive, he said. Evie's throat closed. No, she said fiercely. We are not doing that. Alive is the door, remember, not the room. Damon looked at her for a long second. Then, despite the blood and chaos and police and ghosts, he gave her the faintest real smile she had seen from him yet. Then open the next one, he said. Evie bent over him, one hand on his wound, the other gripping his uninjured hand. I will, she said. Above them, the old lights flickered back on. The ring glowed under white brightness now, stripped of shadows. Julian was dragged past it in cuffs. Celeste followed, silent at last. The officers moved through the cage taking statements, securing weapons, collecting the knife, The gun, the evidence bag, the recordings. Evie did not look away from Damon. Not when the doctor arrived. Not when Alcott asked for her statement. Not when Mara told her the stream had already been copied, beyond veil reach. Not when Rook said the words she had been waiting to hear. The drive is still in the safe. Evie's heart struck once hard. Damon's fingers tightened around hers. The major confession had gone public. Julian was in custody. Celeste had shown her hand. But the drive, her father's last proof, the ledger everyone had killed and lied and bled for, was still inside the Vale house. And now every monster left standing would know exactly where it was. Chapter 5, The Door He Opened. Damon survived the bullet because Celeste Vale had aimed for Evie. That was what the doctor said without saying it. The shot had torn through his side instead of burying itself somewhere worse, leaving blood, ruined muscle, and a savage line of pain Damon treated like an inconvenience. He stayed conscious through the pressure bandage, the stitches, the police questions he should not have answered, and Rook's furious lecture about heroic stupidity. He only went silent when Evie tried to let go of his hand. His fingers tightened around hers once. Not enough to trap, enough to ask. So she stayed. The medical room inside the cage smelled like antiseptic, coffee, and burned adrenaline. Dawn pressed faint gray light against the high, narrow security glass near the ceiling, the only suggestion that the world above had continued spinning while the one below split open. Officers moved through the corridors. Cameras were tagged as evidence. Mara sat at the far counter with a laptop, copying files into places Evie suspected no warrant could find without a priest and a hacker. Rook hovered near the door, making inappropriate jokes in a voice too tight to be anything but fear. Damon lay shirtless on the narrow exam bed, one side wrapped in white gauze already spotted pink at the edge. His skin was too pale beneath the bruises. His eyes were open, fixed on the ceiling, jaw set hard enough to crack stone. Evie sat beside him, his blood still under her fingernails. "Look at me," she said. His eyes moved to hers. There he was. Not the weapon, not the legend Celeste had tried to summon. The man. "You are not allowed to make that face," Evie said. His brow barely shifted. "What face?" "The one where you're deciding this proves something awful about you. It proves I'm slow. You took a bullet meant for me." "Yes, that I.'s not slow. I should have moved before she fired." Evie stared at him. Rook groaned from the doorway. "I'm begging you not to argue with the man's bullet wound logic. It has a perfect record of being unbearable." Damon did not look away from Evie. The drive. "No." His eyes narrowed. Evie leaned closer. "No, do not lie there bleeding and try to turn yourself into strategy. We know where it is. Alcott has the house surrounded. Mara has the safe specs. I gave them the biometric override sequence. We are not storming the Vale estate while you are half sewn together." "I did not say we. You implied you. That is different. Not to me." The words came out before she could sand the edge from them. Damon's gaze sharpened. Evie felt the room quiet around them, though Rook was still there, and Mara was still typing, and the world was still full of consequences. It did not matter. Some conversations made walls. Damon's voice lowered. "It should be different to you." Her stomach tightened. "What does that mean?" "It means you have evidence. Police, witnesses, a public stream, Celeste and Julian in custody. The drive is being recovered. You do not need me anymore. Rook muttered, and there it is. Mara looked up from her laptop. I can sedate him for everyone's benefit. Out, Damon said. No, Evie said at the same time. They all went still. Evie looked at Mara first, then Rook. Please. That word did what Damon's command had not. Rook's expression softened. We'll be outside. Mara closed the laptop halfway, but left it within reach. 5 minutes. Then he gets fluids, whether he wants them or not. I heard that, Damon said. You were meant to. They left. The door remained open. Evie noticed. Damon noticed her noticing. He looked away first. The gesture hurt more than the bullet had seemed to. You don't get to do this, she said. His mouth flattened. Do what? Open every door, and then stand on the other side like leaving is the noble thing. He closed his eyes. For 1 second, exhaustion finally found him. Not weakness. Never that. Just the cost of surviving too long on control and too little mercy. You should leave, he said. Evie's heart moved wrong. 3 words, simple, quiet. They cut deeper than Julian's lies, because Damon meant them as kindness. No. His eyes opened. She stood, unable to sit with all that feeling inside her. No, Damon. I am done with men deciding the correct shape of my life because they have strong feelings and poor communication skills. Something almost moved at the corner of his mouth. Pain killed it. You have a life upstairs, he said. I had a performance upstairs. Your foundation. I can run it. Your apartment. Violated. Your reputation. Mine to rebuild. Your freedom. She stopped. Damon watched her with the brutal patience of a man, offering her the knife that would cut him. Your freedom, he repeated. That matters more than what you feel tonight. Evie's throat tightened. He was not wrong. That was the worst part. Feelings born under gunfire could lie. Trauma could braid itself into desire until both became hard to separate. A man could rescue a woman and become a new cage if she did not name every bar before it closed around her. Damon knew that. Maybe better than anyone. Evie folded her arms around herself. You think if I choose you now, it means I'm confused. I think it could. You think I don't know the difference between gratitude and want. I think you woke behind a locked door less than 24 hours ago. Yes, her voice sharpened. And in those 24 hours, my fiancé was exposed for arranging my abduction. His mother admitted she helped destroy my father. Your past tried to swallow you whole. And I stood in a fight ring while the world found out I was not insane. Do not reduce me to a clock. Damon went very still. Evie's breath shook. I am not saying I know what forever looks like. I'm not saying I'm not scared. I am saying that when everyone else tried to tell me who I was, you kept asking. His expression changed. She stepped closer to the bed. You asked if you could touch my face. You asked where I wanted your hands. You stopped when you wanted more. You handed me keys. You let me be angry. You told me ugly truths. You also hid things, made calls without asking, and have a martyr complex the size of this miserable building. His eyes warmed a fraction. Still, she said, softer now, you gave me back my choices before I fully remembered how to use them. Damon looked at her hand, the one that had been in his all night. I'm not clean, he said. No one asked you to be. You should. I should ask you to be honest, accountable, willing to stop, willing to listen, willing to let me walk away without punishing me." His jaw tightened. She leaned closer. "Can you do that?" "Yes." The answer came rough. Evie held his gaze. "Even if I walk away from you." A long silence, the kind that asked something from him. Damon's hand flexed. "On the sheet." "Yes," he said. She believed him, because saying it looked like bleeding. "Then stop pushing me toward the door and pretending it's freedom," she whispered. "Open it. Let me decide." Damon's throat worked. Before he could answer, Alcott appeared in the doorway with a sealed evidence case in one hand and an expression that belonged on a man who had seen the dead reach back through the living and demand testimony. Evie turned. Her heart began to pound. Alcott looked at her, then Damon. "We recovered it." The evidence case seemed too small for the ruin it had caused. Evie crossed the room on unsteady legs. "The drive." Alcott nodded. "Inside the biometric compartment, exactly where you said." Vale Security tried to claim the safe was tampered with after the warrant was served. Myra's voice came from the hall. "It was." Alcott sighed without turning. "Yes, Ms. Amani has already made that extremely clear to everyone within a 12-block radius." Evie almost laughed. "Almost." Alcott held out the case, then stopped himself and looked apologetic. "I can't hand it to you, chain of custody." "I know." But her fingers ached anyway. Her father had died for that small black drive. Victor Hale's daughter had vanished for it. Damon had been dragged back through hell for it. Julian had sold Evie's location for it. Celeste had exposed herself to get it. And now it sat between them, sealed behind plastic, no longer a rumor, no longer a ghost. "What's on it?" Evie asked. Alcott's face hardened. "Enough that federal agents are already on their way. Blackmail files, payment ledgers, medical records, fight footage, names of judges, donors, doctors, executives, and videos." Evie's stomach turned. "Not of you," Alcott said quickly. She nodded once, because she had not thought that until he said it. And now she would have to live with the fact that it had been possible. Damon pushed himself up on one elbow. Evie turned on him immediately. "Do not." He ignored her badly enough that she nearly shoved him back down. Alcott looked at him. "Your name is in the files." Damon's face gave nothing away. "I know." As a victim, witness, and at times participant, Evie felt the hit land, though Damon did not show it. Alcott continued carefully. "There are old charges that may surface from the fight operation." Damon nodded once. "I'll answer them." Evie's head snapped toward him. "Damon." "I'll answer them," he repeated. "Not for Celeste, not for Julian, for the people who didn't get out." Alcott studied him. "Your cooperation will matter." Damon's mouth curved without humor. "I doubt that." "It will to the record." That was something. Not enough, but something. Alcott looked at Evie. "Your father left a file addressed to you on the drive." The room disappeared for one beat. Evie's voice vanished. Damon sat up farther, ignoring the pain this time because he was reaching for her. Not touching. Hand extended, palm open. She took it. "What kind of file?" she asked. "A video," Alcott said. "We haven't reviewed it beyond confirming identity." "It's yours." Evie closed her eyes. Her father's voice existed again somewhere, in that sealed case. She had not known grief, could reopen with light inside it. Alcott's expression softened. "You'll need to give a formal statement, but not this second." "Thank you." He nodded and looked toward Damon. "Medical transport is waiting." "No hospital," Damon said. "Yes, hospital," Evie snapped. He looked at her. She looked back. Alcott wisely retreated. "I'll give you a minute." When he left, Evie turned fully to Damon. "You are going. The cage doctor can manage this." "The cage doctor said hospital if you tried to stand." "I haven't stood." "You sat up like a stubborn corpse." "That's different." "I am so tired of that sentence structure." His eyes warmed again. "Barely enough." Evie kept hold of his hand. "You need imaging, antibiotics, real monitoring." "I have enemies in hospitals." "You have enemies everywhere. At least hospitals have morphine." "I don't like morphine." "I currently do not care what you like." He lifted an eyebrow. The gesture was so Damon, so alive, that relief hit her hard enough to make her angry. "You got shot," she said, voice breaking. "You stepped in front of a bullet meant for me, and then you tried to tell me to leave, and now you are arguing about medical care like the wound is an inconvenience to your schedule. I need you to stop making me scared on purpose." That did it. The faint warmth vanished from his eyes, replaced by something raw. "I am not trying to scare you." "You are. Every time you act like your life is worth less, because mine was threatened." His hand tightened around hers. She leaned closer, careful of his side. "I'm not asking you to become soft. I'm asking you to stay." Damon looked at her, as if she had put a blade between his ribs. Then he said, "All right." Evie blinked. "All right. I'll go." She stared. That was suspiciously easy. No, it was. No. It had cost him. She saw that now. He did not fear hospitals because of needles or pain. He feared being contained, observed, touched without consent, reduced to a body under bright lights while strangers made decisions over him. The very thing he had built the cage to undo for others. Evie lifted his hand carefully and pressed her mouth to his bruised knuckles. Damon inhaled sharply. She froze. "Is this okay?" His eyes darkened. "Yes." "Good." She lowered his hand but did not let go. "Then we go." The hospital was a battlefield disguised as white tile. Damon hated every second. Evie could tell because he became very polite. The more pain he was in, the flatter his voice became. The more nurses approached, the stiller his body went. When a doctor lifted the edge of the bandage without warning, Evie felt him retreat inside himself so suddenly that she stepped forward before thinking. "Ask him first," she said. The doctor looked up, startled. Damon's eyes moved to Evie. She did not look away. The doctor cleared his throat. "Mr. Saint, may I examine the wound?" Damon's jaw flexed. "Yes." That became the rule. "Ask him." "Wait. Listen." Evie enforced it with the kind of icy calm she had once reserved for boardrooms full of donors who thought being rich made them experts in literacy reform. No one argued with her twice. Damon watched from the hospital bed with a look she refused to name, because naming it would make her knees untrustworthy. The bullet had missed organs. The stitches held. Infection risk was manageable. He needed observation, antibiotics, rest, and to avoid physical exertion and violence, which made Rook laugh so hard over the phone that Damon hung up on him. By mid-afternoon, Celeste Vale's arrest had become national news. By evening, Julian's face appeared beside hers. Not in a society column. Not in an engagement announcement. Not smiling beside Evie at another gala where she wore someone else's version of grace. Mugshot lighting was not kind to entitlement. Evie watched the news once on the silent television mounted to Damon's hospital room wall. The captions crawled beneath footage of the Vale estate, police vehicles, federal agents, and old photos of her father. CONRAD, heart investigation, revived after daughter's abduction. Her father's face appeared on screen. Evie turned the television off. Damon said nothing. That was why she spoke. I thought grief was supposed to get smaller when the truth came out. His eyes opened. It doesn't. No, it gets heavier for a while, then cleaner. She looked at him. He was propped against pillows, pale, but no longer frighteningly so. An IV ran into one arm. A heart monitor tracked him with quiet beeps he clearly resented. His black hair had fallen forward over his forehead, making him look younger and more human than he would have tolerated if he knew. Cleaner, she said. Truth removes the parts you invented to survive, not knowing. Evie sat in the chair beside the bed, pulling one leg beneath her. That was almost poetic. Pain medication. You said you didn't like morphine. I don't. This is something weaker. And yet it gave you metaphors. His mouth curved slightly. It was not much. It was enough to make the room warmer. Her phone buzzed. Not the clean line. Her new temporary phone, set up by Mara with enough security to protect a head of state, or a paranoid romance heroine in witness protection adjacent circumstances. A message from Alcott. The video file was ready. Evie stared at the notification. Damon's gaze sharpened. Your father. She nodded. You don't have to watch it now. I know. She stood, then sat, then stood again. Damon did not reach for her, did not tell her what to do. Infuriating, correct. I want to, she said. Here. She looked at him. His face gave nothing away. But she knew him well enough now to recognize when stillness concealed hope. Yes, she said, if that's okay. His answer came softly, yes. She pulled the chair closer to the bed and opened the secure link. Her father appeared on the screen. Evie stopped breathing. Conrad Hart looked thinner than he had at the end, seated behind his desk in the old study, lamplight over one shoulder. His hair was uncombed, his shirt collar open, his eyes tired but clear. Not paranoid. Clear. Evie, he said from the dead. Her hand flew to her mouth. Damon's fingers moved on the blanket, open beside her. She took them. Her father's recorded face softened. If you are seeing this, then I failed to keep the worst of my work away from you. I am sorry, sweetheart. The word sweetheart broke something in her. A sound escaped before she could stop it. Damon's hand closed around hers, steady and warm. Conrad continued. I trusted the wrong people. I underestimated the Vales because I believed corruption still feared exposure. It does not. It fears losing ownership. Evie stared through tears. I know you love Julian, her father said. Or believe you do. I will not tell you what. To feel, I taught you better than that. But I will tell you what I know. His family has built an empire on leverage, debt, silence, and blood. If Julian is asking you to doubt yourself, ask who profits from your uncertainty. Evie pressed Damon's hand to her chest, holding it there like an anchor. Her father drew a slow breath on screen. "There is a man named Damon Saint," Conrad said. Damon went still. Evie turned her head. His eyes were fixed on the phone. "I did not trust him at first," Conrad continued. "That may comfort you if he is being difficult." A broken laugh escaped Evie. Damon's mouth twitched once. "He frightened me," Conrad said, "not because of what he was capable of. Powerful men are always capable of harm. Damon frightened me because he knew exactly what harm had made of him, and he was still trying to choose differently. That is rarer than innocence, Evie, and more useful in a war." Damon looked away. Evie held tighter. "If he is with you, do not mistake his silence for indifference or his violence for loyalty. Make him use words. Make him earn trust. Make him open doors. If he cannot, leave him outside them." The tears came harder. Her father had always known how to hand her a blade and call it love. The video blurred. Conrad leaned closer to the camera. "I am sorry I will not walk you down any aisle, though I hope, selfishly, that it is not the one Celeste Vale chose for you. I am sorry I left you a fight instead of peace. But you are my daughter. You were never meant to be ornamental. You were never meant to be owned." Evie covered her mouth with her free hand. Damon's thumb moved once over her knuckles. "I love you," Conrad said. "Trust evidence. Trust your anger when it points toward truth. Trust tenderness only when it leaves the door open." The screen went black. Evie folded over the phone and wept. Not prettily, not quietly. Grief did not care who watched. It came through her in waves that had been waiting 18 months for permission to have a shape. Her father had loved her. Her father had believed her before there was anything to believe. Her father had known the cage before she did and left a key where monsters could not see it. Damon did not pull her onto the bed. He did not shush her. He held her hand until she moved first. When she leaned toward him, he lifted his injured arm slightly, then stopped with a grimace. Despite tears, Evie let out a shaky laugh. "You are not cuddling heroically with stitches." "I was not attempting to cuddle." "You absolutely were." His eyes warmed through pain. "Poorly then." She stood, bent over him carefully, and rested her forehead against his shoulder, away from the wound. "This." His breath moved against her hair. "Yes." "Can I stay here a minute?" "As long as you want." She closed her eyes. No lock, no debt, no performance. Just the quiet beep of the heart monitor, Damon's warmth, her father's words still ringing through the room, and the terrible beginning of a future no one had arranged for her. By the next morning, the world knew too much and still not enough. Federal warrants hit 3 Vale properties before breakfast. Several board members resigned from Vale Meridian by noon. 2 judges recused themselves from cases connected to Celeste's charities after their names appeared in early reporting. Victor Hale's daughter was located alive under protected status 2 states away. Terrified, but willing to testify once she learned Celeste was in custody. Evie read that update 3 times. Then she handed the phone to Damon. He read it once. His face did not change, but his eyes closed. Evie sat beside the hospital bed and said nothing. After a while, Damon asked, "Does she have children?" Evie checked the message. A son, 4 years old. He nodded. It seemed to hurt him. It also seemed to let some old, buried part of him breathe. "Victor has a grandson," Evie said softly. "Yes, You should meet her if she wants that. His eyes opened. Only if she wants. Good. He looked at her then. You sound like me. Terrifying. Efficient. You are allergic to compliments. I understood that one. She smiled despite herself. The smile faded when another message arrived. Alcott again. Your apartment is cleared for entry. Damage significant. We can arrange escort when you're ready. Evie stared at the words. Damon read her face. What? My apartment. He waited. She put the phone down. I don't know if I can go back. You don't have to decide now. I know. And she did know. That was new too. Knowing decision did not have to happen at the speed of someone else's demand. Still, the apartment waited in her mind. Her clothes, her books, her father's photograph on the mantel, her desk, her bed, the place where Julian had stood and smiled, the place Celeste's people had searched, another room that would never again be innocent. I need to see it, she said. Damon looked down at the IV in his arm, then at the bandage on his side. Evie pointed at him. Absolutely not. I didn't say anything. You considered saying something. I considered standing. And then I considered you yelling. Good growth. His mouth curved faintly. Mara can take me, Evie said. She can. Rook too. Yes. You'll stay here. His expression gave away exactly how much he hated that. Evie leaned closer. This is me opening a door and walking through it, not away from you, just through it. Damon's eyes searched hers. Then he nodded once. All right. Before she left, she paused at the hospital room door. Damon watched from the bed, all controlled stillness and badly hidden pain. Damon. Yes. Do not discharge yourself, rip out the IV, intimidate a nurse, or bribe anyone. A beat. Define intimidate. Damon. All right. Say it. His eyes warmed. I will not discharge myself, rip out the IV, intimidate a nurse, or bribe anyone. Thank you. Can I threaten Rook if he texts me photos of hospital pudding? No. What if he deserves it? He always deserves it. Still no. This time, Damon almost smiled fully. Almost. Evie carried that almost smile with her, all the way to the apartment. The place had been violated with professional care. No spray-painted threats. No shattered windows for drama. No overturned furniture except where necessary. Drawers removed and stacked. Books cut open with blades. Her mattress sliced underneath. Her father's photograph face down on the floor, glass cracked across his smile. That was when Evie nearly broke. Not at the destroyed closet. Not at the missing laptop. Not at the black fingerprint dust on her desk. At the photograph. She crouched and picked it up with both hands. Mara stood by the doorway. Rook hovered near the hall, pretending not to watch her have a private moment in a public crime scene. Evie touched the crack in the glass. They hated him. Mara's voice was quiet. They feared him. Same thing to people like that. Rook cleared his throat. We can get this restored. Evie nodded. She set the frame carefully on the mantel. Then she looked around at the apartment she had once thought proved she was independent. Julian had chosen the building because of security. Julian had known the designer who helped her decorate. Julian had suggested the guest list for the housewarming. Julian had approved of the pale furniture, the curated bookshelves, the softness that photographed well. How much of her life had been selected because it made her easier to display. Evie walked to the bedroom. The closet doors hung open. Half her clothes were on the floor, evening gowns sliced from hem to waist, shoe boxes emptied, jewelry cases overturned. The private chaos of a woman's life reduced to search parameters. She did not cry. She walked to the dresser and opened the top drawer. A silk scarf Julian had bought her lay folded inside. Pale blue, expensive, chosen because he liked that color against her skin. Evie picked it up, then dropped it into the trash bag Rook held open without a word. After that, she moved quickly. Scarf, dresses, gifts, notes, perfume, anything that felt like Julian's hand had chosen it before hers could. Not everything. She would not purge her life in panic. Some things were hers despite him. Some things she would decide later. But enough. Every item she threw away made the room quieter. Mara found a hidden camera in the living room's smoke detector. Evie stared at it for a long moment. Then she said, "Bag it." Her voice did not shake. Rook looked at her with something like respect. When they returned to the hospital, Damon was exactly where she left him. Mostly, the IV remained, the monitor remained, the bed rails had not been ripped from the frame. No nurses were crying. This seemed promising. He looked up when she entered. His eyes moved over her face first, not the bags in Rook's hands or the evidence case Mara carried. "How bad?" he asked. "Bad," she said. He nodded. "Not unbeatable." His gaze softened. Mara placed the hidden camera evidence on the table. Smoke detector, apartment feed, not live when we found it, but recently active. Damon's eyes went black. Evie stepped between him and the device. "No, I didn't say anything." "Your face did." Mara muttered. "His face is legally actionable." Rook dropped 2 bags near the wall. "I brought clothes, documents, the Conrad photo, and 3 novels that looked too morally supportive to leave behind." Evie blinked. Morally supportive. They had cracked spines. Books only get that way if they've been through things with you. Evie stared at him for 1 second, then smiled. "Thank you." Rook looked uncomfortable with sincere gratitude and immediately ruined it. "Also, I stole hospital pudding from the nurse's station. For Damon." Damon closed his eyes. "Get out." Rook grinned and left before a patient with stitches could commit murder. Mara lingered. Evie knew that look now. A woman holding information like a blade by the handle. "What?" Evie asked. Mara Glan said at Damon, then back. The board of the Heart Foundation called an emergency meeting. Evie's pulse tightened. Why? Several trustees connected to Vale Meridian resigned this morning. The remaining trustees want you to make a statement. Today, they're afraid of looking complicit. Were they? Some maybe, not all. Evie sat slowly in the chair beside Damon. They want me to reassure donors. Yes. Damon's voice was flat. No. Evie looked at him. He exhaled. That was about them, not you. Good clarification. Mara almost smiled. Evie leaned back. Schedule it. Damon's gaze sharpened. Evie. Not today, tomorrow. Virtual. 10 minutes. I'll tell them the foundation will undergo independent review. Any Vale-linked money gets frozen, and my father's work continues without men who confuse charity with laundering reputations. Mara's eyebrows lifted. That was fast. I've been quiet for a year and a half. I had time. Damon watched her for a long moment. What? She asked. Nothing. No, you do not get nothing with that face. His eyes warmed faintly. You look like him. Evie's throat tightened. Not a wound this time. A gift. Good, she said. By the time Damon was discharged 2 days later, the cage had been emptied of secrets it could no longer afford to keep. Not all secrets. Never all. But enough. The guests had been moved to secondary locations after the breach. The old lower tunnel was sealed with concrete, steel, and Mara's personal vendetta. Jasper was found alive in a motel outside the city, beaten badly enough to require hospitalization. Carrying a tracking chip under his skin he swore he had not known was there. Celeste had not bribed him. She had planted a signal in him years earlier through one of her recovery clinics and activated him like property. When Damon heard, he went quiet for an hour. Then he asked to speak to Jasper. Evie did not attend that conversation. She did not need to own every room of his past. When Damon returned, his face looked older and cleaner. He didn't betray us, he said. I know. I thought he had. He probably thought worse of himself. Yes. Evie touched his hand. Then you both have something in common. He looked at her. She smiled faintly. You're both wrong. Damon came back to the cage at dusk. Rook drove because Evie threatened to sedate Damon herself if he tried. Mara followed in another vehicle. Police tape still marked the outer door, but the cage belonged to them again in the way scarred things belonged to survivors. Altered, not erased. The neon sign had been turned off. K. Dark letters against black brick. Evie stood on the sidewalk and looked at it. Damon came to stand beside her, moving carefully because stitches made even monsters obey physics. You hate the name, he said. I hate what it meant. He was silent. What does it mean to you? She asked. He looked at the sign. At first, punishment, then reminder, then warning. And now, his gaze lowered to the keys in his hand. A full ring of them. Exterior door, interior gates, storage, medical, old ring access, rooms, panels, histories. He had carried keys for years, she realized. To every door, every lock, every cage. Damon held them out to her. Evie stared. What are you doing? Opening doors. Her chest tightened. You don't need to give me those. Yes, he said, I do. Why? Because I built this place to save people and still kept too much of it in my hands. Evie looked from the keys to his face. The man who had torn a steel door off its hinges now looked almost undone by the act of surrendering small pieces of metal. They're not symbolic, he said. They work. A laugh caught in her throat. Of course they do. Mara has copies. Rook has emergency codes. Every guest has internal override access now. External lockdown requires 3 approvals and automatic police notification if triggered. No one person controls the exits. Evie's eyes burned. Damon's voice roughened. Not even me. The echo of the first night moved between them. No one locks you in, not even me. Evie took the keys. They were heavy. Good. Freedom should have weight. Damon opened the exterior door first and stepped back. Evie entered before him. The cage looked different after the police sweep. 2 bright in places where evidence lights had been set up. Too bare where damaged doors had been removed. Too quiet without the hidden residents and staff moving like ghosts through the halls. But she saw what it could be. Not a pit, not a prison, a place with doors that opened outward. Mara waited near the entry desk with a clipboard and the expression of someone who had prepared a list because emotions were inefficient. Rook stood beside her holding a takeout bag and wearing sunglasses indoors for no reason except to be irritating. We have structural repairs, security rebuild, legal contamination, press strategy, survivor relocation, and Damon's mandatory rest schedule, Mara said. Damon frowned. Mandatory. Evie lifted the keys. Extremely. Rook handed Evie the takeout bag. Also dinner. We voted against hospital food continuing as a personality. I didn't vote, Damon said. Because you were medically unsound, Rook replied. I am always medically unsound. Exactly. For the first time since the locked room, Evie laughed without breaking at the end. Everyone noticed. No one commented. Good. Later, after the takeout had gone cold, and Mara had left to handle lawyers, and Rook had disappeared to pretend he was not checking on every door twice, Evie found Damon downstairs. Of course, the fight ring had been cleaned, but not restored. One rope hung loose where Julian had gone through it. A dark stain marked the canvas from Damon's hand. The overhead lights were off, leaving only the soft glow of the floor strips. Damon stood outside the ring. Not in it. Evie descended the final step and stopped beside him. You're supposed to be resting. I am standing quietly. Medical fraud. His mouth curved slightly. She looked at the ring. What happens to it? I don't know. Do you want it gone? A long silence. I thought I did. And now I think tearing it out might be another way of letting Celeste decide what it means. Evie nodded slowly. What do you want it to mean? He looked at her. The question seemed to surprise him, not because it was complicated, but because no one had asked. I want it to be where people learn their bodies belong to them again, he said. Evie's chest tightened. Self-defense, he continued. Training, not fighting for spectators. Not punishment, choice, strength, exit routes. She looked at the ropes, the canvas, the stained floor beyond it. The old pit. The possible room. I like that, she said. He nodded once. For a while, they stood in silence. Then Damon said, You should not stay here tonight. Evie sighed. We already had this conversation. No, we had one version of it. She turned toward him. Fine, have the next one. His gaze stayed on the ring. The press will find this place. Police will keep coming. Federal investigators will dig through my past. There may be charges. Civil suits. Enemies I haven't named because I don't know which ones matter yet. If you stand beside me now, people will say you were manipulated. People already said I was unstable. Yes. People said my father was paranoid. Yes. People say a lot when powerful families hand them a script. Damon looked at her then. Evie. No, listen to me. I am not moving into your bedroom tonight and calling it destiny. His eyes darkened at bedroom, despite the gravity of the conversation. Evie noticed. Heat moved between them, quiet but alive. She held her ground. I am not confusing rescue with marriage. I'm not giving you my bank passwords and a drawer and the right to decide whether I've had enough sleep. I would never ask for your bank passwords. That is not the point. I know. Do you? Yes. She folded her arms. Then what am I doing? He watched her carefully. She answered for him. I am choosing to stay in the cage tonight because my apartment has a hidden camera in it, and because this place has people I trust more than any hotel security team. I am choosing room 3, with my key, my door, and nobody inside it unless I ask. Tomorrow I may choose something else. That is not confusion. That is freedom. Damon's expression shifted. Something painful and proud tangled together. And you, she asked. What about me? What are you choosing? His eyes held hers. For a moment, she thought he might retreat into silence again. He didn't. I am choosing not to ask for more than tonight. Her pulse moved low and hard. Even if you want more. His voice roughened, especially because I want more. What more? His jaw tightened. Evie stepped closer. Use words, Damon. A faint, rueful breath left him. Your father warned you about that. He was a smart man. Yes. What more? She asked again. Damon's gaze moved over her face, then down to her mouth, then back. The air changed. The room, with its old violence and new possibility, seemed to hold still around them. I want to take you upstairs, he said. Not to my room, yours. I want to stand outside the door and know you're safe because you chose to sleep there. I want to kiss you goodnight if you ask me to. I want to spend the rest of the night convincing myself not to knock. Her breath caught. He continued, low and controlled. I want tomorrow and after, not as debt, not as protection. I want to know what you look like when no one is hunting you. I want to hear you laugh without it hurting. I want to sit across from you at breakfast and argue because you think coffee is food and I disagree. I want to be allowed to want you slowly. Allowed? That word. Evie's body warmed from the inside out. And if I allow it, she asked. His eyes darkened. Then I will still ask. A shiver moved through her. Not fear, not only desire. Trust meeting temptation and discovering it had teeth. Evie stepped closer until the space between them thinned to breath. Ask now. Damon's attention sharpened. For what? What you want. His nostrils flared slightly. He looked like a starving man being offered a feast and a contract at the same time. Can I kiss you? He asked. Yes. Here. Yes. How? The question slid through her body like heat. Evie lifted one hand to his chest, careful of the wounded side. His heart beat hard beneath her palm. Like we survived, she said. Damon's hand rose to her jaw. Slowly, always slowly at first. His palm cupped her face, rough and warm, and his thumb brushed once along her cheekbone. Still yes. Yes. He kissed her, not like the first time, when restraint had been a locked door he barely opened. Not like the monitor room, when rage and grief had made the air volatile. This kiss was deeper, steadier, and somehow more devastating because no one was running. No gun, no camera, no ring demanding blood. Only Damon's mouth on hers, asking and answering in the same breath. Evie leaned into him. His uninjured arm came around her waist, firm but loose enough that she could step away. She did not. She gripped his shirt carefully, mindful of stitches, and felt the low sound he made when she chose to come closer. The sound moved through her like a dark promise. He broke the kiss first, breathing hard, sighed, She pulled back instantly. Did I hurt you? No, Damon. A little. She gave him a look. His mouth curved. Worth it. Absolutely not. She stepped back, and he let her go. The letting go mattered as much as the holding. He watched her with heat still dark in his eyes, but his hands stayed at his sides now. Evie's voice came softer. I want more too. His expression stilled. Not tonight, she said. He nodded before she finished. Good. She almost smiled. You're relieved. I'm trying to heal and be honorable. Both are difficult under pressure. That did make her smile. He looked at her mouth when it happened, and something in his face changed so intensely that her smile faded into warmth. Tomorrow, she said. His eyes lifted. Maybe tomorrow I ask you to kiss me again, she said. Maybe I ask you to hold me. Maybe I ask for nothing. Maybe I spend all day with lawyers and then yell at you because you reorganized my security without permission. I would never. Liar. Yes. She laughed softly. Damon's face shifted again, that almost smile finally breaking into something real. Small. Rare. Hers to witness, not own. Evie stepped back toward the stairs and held out the key ring. Walk me to my room. Yes. He took one step, then stopped. What? She asked. He looked at the ring, then at the corridor beyond, then at her. I need to do something first. Evie followed him through the cage. He moved slowly, one hand occasionally brushing the wall when pain pulled too sharply at his side, but he refused help until he reached the central corridor. There, he stopped at the main security panel. Mara appeared from nowhere, because apparently she could sense unauthorized emotional breakthroughs. Do I need to supervise? Yes, Damon said. Evie looked between them. Rook emerged from the kitchen with a carton of noodles. I felt a ceremonial vibe. Mara took the key ring from Evie and unlocked the panel. You're sure? Damon nodded. What is happening? Evie asked. Damon looked at her. The old system had a master code. Her stomach tightened. One code, he continued. Mine. It could override internal locks, exterior locks, guest doors, everything. Evie's skin prickled. You said guest rooms opened from inside. They did, but you could override them. His jaw flexed. Yes. The word struck hard. Not because he had used it. Because he could have. Because part of him had still built the place, with one hand holding final control. Damon did not look away from her disappointment. I never used it on a guest room, he said. I believe you. But it existed. Yes. Rook's humor had vanished. Mara stood silent beside the panel, her face unreadable. Evie looked at Damon. Why? He answered without defense. Fear, arrogance, emergency planning, bad history, good intentions used as excuse. Clean. Ugly. True. Her father's voice moved through her memory. Make him open doors. Damon turned to Mara. Delete it. Mara entered a string of commands. The panel asked for confirmation. She looked at Evie. You should press it. Evie's chest tightened. Damon said nothing. No pressure. No performance. Only the open panel, the glowing prompt. The chance to remove one more invisible lock. Evie pressed confirm. The system chimed once. Master override deleted. No choir sang, no walls moved, no curse broke. And yet the cage changed. Evie felt it. So did Damon. His shoulders lowered in a way so slight no one else might have noticed. Rook cleared his throat. Well, that was emotionally devastating. I'm going to label something. Mara rolled her eyes, but her voice was gentler than usual. New protocol starts now. Shared emergency approvals only. Guest autonomy locked into system architecture. Damon nodded. Good. Evie looked at him. Good, she echoed. Room 3 had new sheets. That nearly undid her. Not expensive sheets. Not anything special. Just clean white cotton tucked neatly over the bed, a folded blanket at the foot, fresh towels on the chair, a small vase with 3 yellow flowers on the table. Rook clearly. Or Mara pretending not to be soft. The mountain print still hung above the chair. The key still fit the lock. No box on the bed. No ring. No message. No ghost except the ones Evie brought with her. Damon stood in the hallway. He did not cross the threshold. Evie turned inside the room. You can come in. He went still. If you want, she added. I want. The roughness in his voice warmed her skin. Then come in. He stepped over the threshold like it mattered. Because it did. He stopped just inside, hands loose at his sides, eyes moving once around the room as if checking corners, exits, threats. Then he forced himself to stop looking at danger and look at her. Evie closed the door. Not fully. She left it ajar. Damon noticed. You can close it, he said. I know. Lock it if you want. I know. She stepped closer. I'm leaving it open because I want air, not because I don't trust you. His expression softened at the edges. Okay, he said. She sat on the edge of the bed. He remained standing. Evie patted the space beside her. You may sit. His mouth almost curved. May I? You may, provided you do not bleed on the new sheets. I'll do my best. He sat carefully, leaving a respectful distance between them. For a minute, neither spoke. The hallway light stretched through the partly open door in a long gold line across the floor. Somewhere far off, Rook laughed at something Mara said, then went quiet when she probably threatened him. Pipes hummed. The old building settled. The cage breathed. Evie looked at Damon's profile. Do you still think I should leave? Yes. The answer hurt less this time. Why? Because part of me will always think safety is distance from me. And the rest? His gaze lowered to his hands. The rest wants to be where you can find me. Evie's throat tightened. That is a better answer. I'm learning. Slowly. Yes. She reached for his hand. Paused. He looked at her. May I? She asked. His eyes warmed. Yes. She laced her fingers through his. His hand engulfed hers, scarred, warm, steady. I might leave someday, she said. His fingers tightened once, then relaxed. I know. I might stay. I know. I might do both in different ways. His mouth curved faintly. That sounds like you. She leaned her shoulder lightly against his, careful of his injured side. If I stay tonight, I want it to be simple. What does simple mean? It means you walk me to the door, kiss me goodnight if I ask, and then you go to wherever the medical tyrants assigned you to sleep. Mara assigned me the room across the hall. Evie smiled. Of course she did. Purely for medical monitoring. Obviously. His thumb moved slowly over her knuckles. And if you need anything, I will ask. And if you have a nightmare, I will decide what I need. He nodded. It looked like effort. Good. Effort meant he was choosing to. Evie stood, still holding his hand, and walked him to the door. At the threshold, she turned. Damon stayed in the hall. She stood inside the room. The line between them was only wood and air, and everything they had survived. I want a good night kiss, she said. His eyes darkened. One kiss, she added. Yes. Gentle. Yes. And then you leave. A breath moved through him. Yes. He lifted his hand to her face, waited for her nod, then kissed her softly. It was not passionless. That would have been easier. It was full of everything they were not doing yet. Hunger held carefully. Want folded inside patience. A possessive edge transformed into devotion because she had asked for gentle, and Damon had listened down to the last breath. Evie's hand rested lightly on his chest. His heart thundered beneath her palm. When he drew back, she saw the cost of stopping. She loved that he paid it, not because she wanted him hurting, because he had made stopping part of the desire instead of the end of it. Good night, Evie, he said. Good night, Damon. She closed the door, then locked it from the inside. For a moment, she stood there with her hand on the key, waiting for panic. It did not come. On the other side of the door, Damon's footsteps did not retreat immediately. A few seconds passed. Then his voice, low through the wood, You have the key. Evie smiled through sudden tears. Yes, she said. His footsteps moved away. Evie changed into clean clothes, washed her face, and climbed into bed. She did not sleep immediately. Too much had happened. Too many doors had opened. Her father's voice still lived in her phone. Julian and Celeste sat. In cells, the drive had become evidence. The cage had lost its master lock. And Damon was across the hall, not guarding her door, not keeping watch because she belonged to him, resting because she had told him to. That made her smile in the dark. When sleep finally came, it was not peaceful, but it was hers. Morning arrived quietly. Evie woke to sunlight she could not see, but felt in the changed temperature of the room and the faint bustle beyond the walls. For one disoriented second, she expected steel, darkness, a camera, men outside a door. Instead, she saw the mountain print, the flowers, the key on the bedside table, her own hand resting open on the pillow. No ring. She breathed. Then someone knocked. 3 soft taps. Her pulse jumped, then settled. Who is it? She asked. Damon. His voice was rougher with sleep. She sat up. Are you alone? Yes. Are you upright against medical advice? A pause. No. Damon. I brought coffee. She smiled despite herself. That was not an answer. It was a peace offering. Evie got out of bed and unlocked the door. Damon stood in the hall wearing black sweatpants and a gray shirt that made him look unfairly human. One hand held 2 coffees. The other rested lightly against his bandaged side. His hair was sleep mussed. His face was tired. His eyes warmed when he saw her. No one had ever looked at her like that in the morning. As if her simply opening a door was an answer he had not been certain he deserved. Evie leaned against the doorframe. You look terrible. His mouth curved. You're becoming very romantic. I learned from you. He held out one coffee. Mara said you have a foundation call in an hour. Rook made breakfast, allegedly. Define allegedly. He opened containers. A hero. Damon's eyes moved over her face. Did you sleep? Some. Nightmares. Yes. What did you need? She took the coffee. Warmth spread into her fingers. To wake up and know the door still opened. His gaze lowered to the key in the lock. Then back to her. And did it? He asked. Evie looked at him for a long moment. This man who had torn down one door, built others, deleted his own power over them, and stood now in the hallway holding coffee, like an offering he was afraid might be too much. Yes, she said, it did. He nodded once. She stepped back from the doorway. Do you want to come in? His eyes darkened in that familiar way, but his voice remained steady. Yes. Coffee only. Yes. And maybe breakfast, if Rook hasn't poisoned it. Likely. She smiled. And after my call, I want to start planning what happens to the cage. Something moved across his face. Hope, maybe. Fear, definitely. Our first rule, she said, is we rename the guest wing. His mouth curved. Agreed. Second, no master locks. Done. Third, you attend all medical appointments without acting like stitches are optional. His expression cooled. That seems unrelated. It is central governance. I object. Overruled. For a second, Damon looked at her the way he had in the fight room when she stood between him and his worst self. Like she was impossible. Like he wanted every impossible piece. Like the door was open, and he still could not believe she had chosen to stand there. Evie stepped aside. Damon entered. The door remained open behind him. Not because she needed escape, because neither of them needed a lock to prove she was free. Hours later, Evie faced the Hart Foundation trustees on a secure video call wearing Damon's hoodie over a clean white shirt and no engagement ring. She told them the foundation would undergo an independent audit, that every veil-linked donation would be frozen pending investigation, that Conrad Hart's final work would be honored without compromise, and that anyone uncomfortable with transparency could resign before she named them. 3 did before lunch. 4 more by dinner. The rest stayed. Good. Damon listened from the chair by the windowless wall. Silent, except for one faint sound, when she told a trustee twice her age that concern for her reputation was not the same as concern for her. After the call, Evie closed the laptop and looked at him. What? He shook his head. No words. His eyes warmed. You were never ornamental. Her father's words in Damon's mouth nearly broke her. She crossed the room and sat on the arm of his chair, careful of his side. No. His hand settled near her knee, but did not touch until she covered it with hers. No, she repeated, I was. The next weeks did not heal everything. They were not magic. Julian's lawyers attacked her credibility. Celeste's lawyers attacked Damon's. Reporters camped outside the cage until Mara found legal ways to make them miserable. Federal investigators returned again and again. Evie gave statements until her voice went hoarse. Damon answered questions about the old fights, Victor, the debts, the deaths, and the years when survival had looked too much like complicity. Some nights he came back, from interviews silent and gray-faced. Some nights Evie woke shaking. Some days they snapped at each other over nothing, because trauma made ordinary irritation look like betrayal from a distance. But every time, they returned to the rules they had built before touching anything fragile. Ask, wait, listen, stop, choose again. The first time Evie asked Damon to stay through the night, she did it with the door open. Not because she feared him, because both of them were still learning that desire did not need to rush to prove itself. He lay above the covers beside her, fully clothed, injured side protected by too many pillows, and held her hand in the dark. Is this enough? He asked. Evie turned her face toward him. For tonight, she said. His thumb moved over her knuckles. Good. Later, when enough became kissing until dawn softened the edges of the room, he asked before every new touch. Where? How? More? Still yes. Evie learned the shape of wanting without fear braided into it. Learned that Damon's intensity did not vanish when he was gentle, it deepened, became heavier, more focused. A primal devotion that waited at the threshold until she opened the door from her side. And when she said stop once, because a memory crossed the room faster than desire, Damon stopped before the word finished leaving her mouth. He pulled back, breathing hard, eyes dark with concern and restraint. Evie touched his face. I'm okay. I know. You stopped. Always. The word settled into her body like a vow. Not a wedding vow. Not yet. Maybe not ever. Something older than ceremony and less polished than promise. A door that opened because both people chose the key. The cage changed slowly. The neon sign stayed, but the word beneath it changed first. Someone, probably Rook, installed a smaller sign under the original. Sanctuary entrance around back. Terrible name under review. Mara threatened to remove it. She did not. The fight ring became a training space. Survivors learned stance, breath, leverage, exit routes. No one fought for spectators. No one entered without choosing. The old stains remained beneath new canvas, not hidden, not worshipped, just remembered. Victor Hale's daughter came once. Her name was Elise. She was 30 now, with wary eyes and a small boy who held a toy dinosaur in one fist. Damon met her in the upstairs office with Evie beside him, only because Elise asked her to stay. He apologized, not dramatically, not with excuses. He said Victor's name. He said what happened. He said what he should have done and what he could not undo. He offered testimony, money, records, silence, anything she wanted. Elise listened. Then she said, "My father died trying to come home." Damon's face went still. Evie reached for his hand under the table. He took it. Elise looked at their joined hands, then back at Damon. "Help other people come home," she said. Damon bowed his head. "I will." That night, Evie found him in the ring. Not trapped this time. Standing in the center with the lights on, staring at nothing. She climbed in beside him. He looked at her. "I'm all right." "No, you're not." His mouth almost curved. "No." Evie took his hand. "Do you want to be alone?" "No." "Do you want to talk?" "No." "Do you want me to stay?" "Yes." So she stayed. The HEA did not arrive like a curtain falling. It arrived like morning after morning, where the door opened. A court hearing where Julian saw Evie, and she felt nothing but clean contempt. A news report that said Conrad Hart's investigation had exposed one of the city's largest private blackmail networks. a foundation scholarship renamed for Victor Hale, a new lock system at the cage that could not be controlled by one person, a bedroom where Damon finally slept with both hands open, an apartment Evie chose not to return to, a new place above the cage with windows that opened, locks she controlled, and one drawer Damon did not touch because it was hers. And one night, months after the steel door, Evie stood in the old entry corridor beneath the dark neon sign and watched Damon hand a shaking woman a key to room 3. The woman had bruises at her wrist and defiance in her eyes. Damon held out the key and stepped back. "No one locks you in," he told her. "Not here, not ever, not even me." Evie's chest tightened. The woman took the key. Damon turned then, sensing Evie before seeing her. He crossed the corridor slowly, no longer favoring his side, though the scar remained. He stopped in front of her, close enough that she could feel his warmth. "You heard that," he said. "Yes. Too much." "No." His eyes searched hers. "What?" Evie looked past him at the open hallway. The guest wing renamed Haven, the ring below where people learned to fight for themselves. The doors unlocked from within. The house of cages, remade one choice at a time. Then she looked at Damon, the former fighter, the safe housekeeper, the dangerous man who had learned that love was not a lock, not a debt, not a cly. Written in blood. The man who had opened every door and waited to see where she would stand. "I'm staying," she said. His breath stopped. "Not because I have nowhere else to go," she continued. "Not because you saved me, not because I'm afraid. I'm staying because I want the work. I want the truth. I want the terrible coffee and Mara's tyranny and Rook's crimes against breakfast. I want to help build this place into something better than survival." Damon's eyes darkened, with emotion he would need another decade to name efficiently. "And me?" he asked. Evie stepped closer. "You," she said, "I want slowly, fiercely, with doors open and words used and both of us choosing again every day." His hand lifted to her face. "Stopped. May I?" he asked. Evie smiled. "Yes." Damon kissed her beneath the dead neon sign, in the corridor of the place that had once been a pit and was becoming a sanctuary. His mouth was warm, controlled until she asked for more, then deeper, certain, full of the dark devotion they had learned how to hold without letting it become a cage. When he pulled back, his forehead rested lightly against hers. "Still yes," he whispered. Evie slid her fingers through his. The key ring hung at her side, heavy and real. "Still yes," she said. Behind them, every door remained open.